The Mancharians' Newest Civilization. Volume 1. First Official Internet 1997 edition. Copyright 1995 by Rennie Sentana-Ries and Athrania Sila Sentana-Ries Cortez. Revised for Internet 1997, this audio file of the Mancharians' Newest Civilization is being offered to the listening public as a free gift, may be copied and passed on to other people interested in this material, however may not be used for commercial purposes except by the publisher Sentana-Ries Publishing Company, who is the owner of this material. Director, Rennie Sentana-Ries. Scribe, Sila Sentana-Ries Cortez. Answers authored by the Mancharians. Published by Sentana-Ries Publishing Company. Alberta, Canada. The book contains of a dedication, a foreword, 9 sessions with the Mancharians, and a topical guide. Dedication. This volume of information and insight is graciously dedicated to every living human being of planet Earth regardless of race, skin color, or religious persuasion. Foreword. It is with much gratitude that we are now able to present to you, the reader, a blueprint for the progression of every human being into the state of oneness with the universe. When at last we understand this universe as one of being filled with life, light, planets, civilizations, intergalactic races of lesser as well as higher planes of existence, which indeed it is, only then will we get a glimpse for the value of the information as handed down to us by the creators, the Mancharians. These highly evolved beings of the 16th dimension live in a oneness of mind for which there are no words in the vocabularies of Earth languages, and with wonderment we learn that even they are on a pathway of progression, which ultimately will cause them to become the creation through the expansion of their consciousnesses into creation itself. Indeed they are masters of the universe. Yet through the simple means of answering our questions, they have provided us with an understanding of life itself, which will no doubt put the most troubled minds at ease. By placing specific and pointed questions before them, which were designed to cover all aspects of human life, involvement, and beliefs, the melding of our minds with that of their own has produced a volume, which truly can be called the Creation's Manual of Life. We have given the Mancharians the opportunity to fulfill their duty, and they have truly performed in a masterful way. Our delight now will increase their vibrations of joy and will assist in propelling them faster into becoming indeed that which they so most desire, the creation. The Mancharians' Newest Civilization. Editor's note: the title of this book was selected by the Mancharians before format and contents had been established. Yet it was not until after the completion of all sessions that we realized that the information contained in these pages is sufficiently powerful to create a new society of humans functioning within the laws of the universe and bearing the Mancharians' hallmark of character. And it is for that reason they call this society their newest civilization. They have chosen to place upon their creativity a most complete expression, the laying of a philosophical foundation of reality for mankind, whereupon intelligent man can then construct his or her life as one worthy of the bliss in the era to come, after this one has ended. Beginning of the book. Today is Sunday the 7th of May 1995. The Mancharians are contacting us tonight. They have information for mankind to be placed into a book. Session 1. Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. Director, greetings. Mancharians, likewise, we're sure. Director, are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universal mind of the creation? Mancharians, definitions intact. We are the oneness, to be sure, of the universal creation of the Maker, as you would put it. Director, thank you. We understand you wish to send a message in the form of a book to the human race. If that is so, could you please identify yourself as to the kind of galactic race that you are, as well as your cultural identity, the location in the universe, and so on? If you are ready, please proceed. Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. Our station is in Gitstaff, as you would put it as a name. Individualism is not within our coding. We do not work on individualistic technology, DNA, or any coding thus far, that has been proven by mankind as of a necessary quality. We have come, indeed, to put down to you our recommendations as to the uplifting of the human consciousness endeavor, of which they are well aware of our presence, not knowing though how we work. Only those by doing so and following our contact will redeem themselves out of lower conscious planes. Any information, which you take down from this source, which is the one source of all, as we have said before, no individualistic accounting, for we do not work on the one laws as you know them, but have performed higher, much to the benefit of our evolution to the higher consciousness of the Godhead itself. We work not so much in group consciousness as being individualistic and joining our consciousnesses together, but indeed, we are one, and we have intertwined every facility of our nature into one with strong focuses defined in every category. And here, though we watch from different view screens or eyes, as you may call them, we yet are focused on only implementing that one source of which is at our interest disposal of this day. It is our wish to give to you the information to do with as you please. We will be conducting this program for you at your convenience, for you must set the ties and the lines to be successful on any prospect. There must be definitions of this, your culture is yet to learn to implement, definitions. Director, are you going to give us those definitions? Mancharians, in a later time perhaps, but preliminary efforts of consequences in pertaining to the act of conscious endeavor with understanding of the laws of the Creator must come first and foremost. We are much gratified to be speaking with you this evening. We do thank you of your charity upon the nations with the dealing with different mentors. There is much to learn, and so even in our category do we henceforth proclaim this to be ongoing truth to be pulled down, in order to pull each one of you up to your best and greatest potential and standard. Director, thank you. Is this elaboration going to be a question and answer forum, or do you have, by human standards, prepared the text, which you, on a continuous basis without my interference, download from your plane? Mancharians, conscious endeavor never provides for interference, for we all work as one. We are one. Indeed, join into any such endeavors of bringing the truth unto the people of your choices. It is always highly recommended for greatest efficiency that one and each and all do so hereby learn to work together. We invite indeed your participation, and participation of any and all those around you who are interested in or conducting our survey of truth we hand to you. Director, yes. Thank you. My concern was, if I ask you too many questions, do not want to interrupt with your elaborations on whatever topic you intend to speak of. Mancharians, as we state for the second time tonight, all participation of a willing and gracious nature is none other than reaching for the highest plane on your own endeavors, and thereby, sanctioning your upward journeys. Interruptions, as we have said, are always subject to change of theory and change of brain waves. You may define it as mind changes. Director, we wish to put in book form whatever we can extract from communicating with you. And it is for that reason that I will feel very much at liberty to ask questions as opportunities arise. Do you have any specific topics that you wish to speak on for the purpose of the inclusion in the book and the material most pressingly needed as a message from your plane to the human race? Mancharians, as we have stated before, in order to define for your race what is suitable material, we have much to share. We need get on with subject matter, do you not think? Director, yes, indeed. The human race is in a big mess as you full well know. It is because of ignorance of universal laws. What are your suggestions as to what the individual should be aware of mostly in order to contribute to a correction of this disastrous situation of today? Mancharians, disaster. That is always an interesting concept, for disaster in the conscious ability of mankind only performs itself to be within the lower limits and doth need much conscious endeavor, as we have stated. Mankind is on a road where upward journey is occurring, and he needs to find his place within the mediocre surroundings or realms with his own dimensional frequencies. This is always difficult for him. The difficulty lies in the subject matter of estrangement, not so much at this point in his evolutionary process of being separated from other consciousnesses, but rather, he has separated from his own consciousness, thereby not being able to graciously perceive even the first and greatest law in the universe, for how can he love another when he has not connected himself to himself, or rather, his higher conscious endeavors within his plane or reality? We would suggest on behalf of all mankind, and here, we are, speaking in words of which he may be able to partake of, that he would direct himself to be more subjected to his higher being, who, once it evolves, of which you would call the higher self, or holy guardian angel. He needs to understand once and for all, that his higher self is also progressing in evolutionary measures. This seems not to be rapidly understood on this plane, or dimension, or reality, whichever words would suit and strike the heart of man for understanding. We would further suggest to you that this higher self or higher consciousness is but standing at the doorway waiting to grow as well. For it can only pick up and understand in definitions as much as it is given to join with the outer rim of the Holy Brethrenhood dimensional equinoxial pattern. We would commend your race, however, for they seem to shutter themselves in corners, and at this point up to now we have not felt the need to contact anyone, for it would be too much for them to understand. But as we see rapid change, and the heightening of the light within the souls burning like a torch, this does please all that are one. And we therefore send truth like little sparks of light into the hearts of each of those procreations with a grand delight. We are not a people as you are, for we do not join together as individuals. We are one in every aspect. We are as one body, and one light, and one source, and one day your people even, as the eons of time pass, will come to understand as in a flicker of light, how this just may be so. And, at that given time they will be all able to progress and participate in this grand endeavor of time. For time and space are eliminated, as we no longer find the need to eat. We feed on the air and the substances. We take all the light from the cosmos. We feed on that through the air. And here we do our best to explain unto your people in words defined and given to us from your own essence. And those words we can hold onto and process. Hopefully they will be of a helpful cause in defining our meaning unto your people. We are the Mancharians of the northern orbit, the constellation of the god you deem to have been as Apollos. This may be difficult for many of your people to understand, but what is important are not names, but the understanding of definitions. And once you get past definitions, then the joy in the soul will break forth like a fountain of great light. For your resources will then become unequaled to others who are still on their upward journeys. You must remember, that we come not as messengers, we simply have a duty to perform. And we do not have the same meaning for your definitions of caring and love and compassion, as you think you know it as. For your people yet have to learn what the L in love means, for they have scarcely touched upon it. We are the Mancharians. And we come as duty performed. 3 people on your plane have we chosen, for we are not the messengers. We simply perform our duty. And where we see the light sparks, we simply infuse them with sometimes more than they can handle, in order to stretch their abilities. Do not think mankind has discovered the oneness of consciousness, for their focus is limited, and those who believe they work within their higher essence or Godhead, are fooling the rest of the population from time to time, for they do not understand the process and therefore only go so far on their journeys. And this is why by fact we are here. We are the Mancharians, and we have to come to perform a duty, which we do for every new race. You will call any writings, if you so desire to put them into such linguistic form, the Mancharians' new, EST, civilization. Though we are older than the stars themselves, we have come to elaborate upon your definitions, and this may take some time, but preferably to your schedule of time. We will proceed nightly until we are finished. Director, and since we have not prepared questions, I will just ask what comes to my mind. Mancharians, we did so notify of our agreement to participate together in the capacity of oneness for this evening. Director, thank you. Usually the Brethrenhood, that visits with us and that we communicate with at this time, do come from different star or planetary systems. I believe you also do travel in spaceships across the expanse of the universe. Am I correct? Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. You must understand, we feed on air. We are more of a gaseous content. Though we do have form, we would display ourselves modestly. We have no need for apparatus, though at one time, we too, crawled in caves. Director, from that I deduct you do not travel in spaceships as you contact civilizations in other places and locations of the universe. Am I correct? Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. We focus. We are as one body and focus to where preliminary work must be done. We have no need for apparatus, though once we did fly. Now we are of a gaseous content, and here we try to put definition into your words, so you do have concepts of some understanding. Grasping concepts are always the fiction of your people, and here we bring truth for you. Director, thank you. Do you have a home planet like the Earth humans do, being in one location, or do you make the entire universe your playground, if you will? Mancharians, Git's staff as we have said, that is our royal domain. It is a planet of beautiful colors. There are blue mountains, though they be of what you call a dull color. And we have green sky with some beautiful grey mingled in. And there are mauves, and there are yellows, and they too are light in color. But then we have the glorious content, for our colors are of the universe and are displayed in the most glorious contents that you and your people could ever imagine. Our first planet was destroyed. It now lies so dark. It is of a dull brown color with tall cathedrals. Nothing grows. Even the grass is the same brown color. This has long saddened our hearts. We have come to offer you our truth in our reality to stop the terrible fates that lie in front of you. We do grieve, for we have capabilities beyond that of your understanding. We understand, as you do not, to the fullest the dualities which occur throughout the dimensions, while you are still learning the dualities of individuals. We do not work on individual theory, and feel it is necessary to speak to your people of the way in front of them, which they must understand. So we try to keep our speech simple for your people, in order that they be brought into understanding. And this is up to each one of them. Those, who shut out any glimmer of truth, will die a certain death. We do not want to participate in that. We do not want to see your planet turn brown. Please listen, but this is your decision. We are the Mancharians. We do not come as messengers. We are performing a duty that lies within all consciousness of the Creator, for we are one body. We are the Creator. We are one body, not divided within itself in any aspect. Director, this planet lies at the brink of destruction because of pollution, wars, atomic explosions, and so forth. Are your people in any way involved, like many of the other higher brethrenhood, in the guidance and direction for the salvation of this planet and the transition of leading it into a higher plane of existence after the catastrophic events that we expect? Mancharians, here again, we do work within definitions. In your case, you have many who are dutifully bound to be messengers and redeemers to your people of their physical essences, to make sure they continue on, those who have sufficiently prepared themselves. We are not messengers. We only perform our duty to bring to you our spark of truth from our realm, that is as far as we go until we meet with your people again after they have subjected their lower essence into their higher, in order that it take control and free them from the shackles of their existence upon this plane of yours. Director, yes. Can you tell us a little bit more, or a lot more, about your civilization, the way you have organized it as far as governmental structure or any of that is concerned? Mancharians, we do not work in definitions. We do not work within governmental restrictions, rules, laws, or obligations. For each of us has performed unto our own evolutionary journey of one obligation to ourselves, and we are one body with the Creator. We are the Creator. We do not have a consensus taker as you do. We are one essence. We do not work on concepts of individualism. We perform in a highly specified fashion. Our fashion is, we are one body. We all partake of the same thing. Whether it be the light essence of energy, whether it be complete focus to help such as your people, or whether it be to bring ourselves into higher authority by our ongoing production of our ongoing journeys. You must understand and explain from us to your people, that as each one, of you, goes on their upward journey, we go as one of a whole. We are at an accelerated pace, you see. Is this of understanding to you? Director: Yes. I begin to grasp it. So what is your goal or anticipated result of continued spiritual growth? I mean to ask, compared to what you are now, what do you expect to become? Mancharians: Firstly, we must tell your people we are here on duty to stretch the minds of mankind to form that connection into obliviation so they will form a oneness with themselves. These minor details they must understand before they even would have a hope of understanding anything that we tell them of ourselves. But in order to answer your question, which is very preliminary and sweet, we would simply tell you, that accelerated process is such as going through a vortex. We split into many fragments going through a vortex, 2 to 3 at a time, without ever losing our conscious combinement with the Creator. For we are the Creator. Our inheritance is at hand. We wish to hold that hand to your people. We are happy in our essence, for we are one body. We are all-knowing at our focusing points. We wish to be beyond the focusing, for the focusing is the secret and the key of our power for our growth. It would never be abused, because no group or individual, as you so love to term your concepts, would ever progress to this height of evolution and even have a thinking concept of any sort of evil or negative attire. We soon hope to join with the greatest of all, and become the whole and total of the universe. This again is a concept to stretch the minds of your people. We are the Creator, but we have yet to gain entry into being the universes. All dimensions at once, no further and no less. We are the Mancharians and hold a hand out to your people in love and kindness for them, and are cherishing their souls, which one day will join with us. One far day down the road, but that is fine, no matter. We are the Mancharians and we send our love to your people. Director: Thank you kindly. These are fantastic concepts the way you describe the universal oneness of all spiritual beings. And I believe that's what you are, spirit beings in gaseous form. Can you in any way describe your physicalness? Are there similarities between the ordinary human and yourself? Mancharians: Indeed. We are not what you would probably term as beautiful, but that is only because you view yourselves as the only beautiful creatures in the universe. You are and have beautiful essence and we smile down on you, but you must understand, we do have form. We are of a gaseous content, not that we cannot solidify. Of course, that is simple, but we, too, are on our upward journey, and we desire to be the universes. We desire to be the complete essence of the universes. We already form many galaxies within new universes, there is no extent of limitational possibilities. We are the creators. We would like to share with you many things over the next few weeks. We must work hard. Your people need help. We have come because this is our duty. We are not messengers. Time is no essence to us, for we do not live within time or space definitions. You must set the perimeters or boundaries, for we work without sleep. We need no sleep, for we are not in bodily form or restrictions. We are not defined by restrictions. Director: As far as your home planet is concerned, so you don't occupy only one planet, you are all over the universe, I understand, although you do have a home base, am I correct? Mancharians: In a manner of speaking. And here we must deal with your concept and definition of home. We have our preferred limits of where we gather. We are one. Our gathering spot provokes much enjoyment for the creators. But we, one day, will be the universes, and yes, universes are our playgrounds. But we also work. We also progress at a very rapid rate. We are delighted and anxious to join in with the complete and total essence of the Creator. For we, too, are the Creator. Do you understand? Director: Yes. What suggestion can you give in order to maximize the human's progression toward the goal that you have already achieved? Mancharians: Your people must learn to join with their higher self, because it is also progressing in an evolutionary process. They must expand their minds. They spend so much time running like ants. Nobody has any time to sit and relax and contemplate. They must learn to attend to this matter soon, for extinction is no longer a debate. We have come to help, to perform our duty. We are the Mancharians. Director, thank you for your help, indeed. I believe we will retire for tonight. We will go over the tape again, listen to what you have to say, and we'll meet with you possibly tomorrow. Is that all right? Mancharians, indeed. You are willing to proceed with the work, are you not? We need to spend many hours a night together to work. You will hopefully have prepared yourself better. We have invited ourselves, and we do thank you for your aspect in achieving conscious endeavor for understanding. We must perform our duty. We are the Mancharians. Good night. Session 2. Monday, May 9, 1995. Mancharians, greetings. Director, greetings. Are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universal mind of the creation? Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. We are indeed in the oneness of Christ-mindedness. We feel to commend you tonight for preparation for our project for the benefit of your people. We are delighted. Director, what dimension are you from? Mancharians, we locate within the 16th dimension, for we operate on the multi-16th dimensional vibrational frequency, we are sure. In order to participate, you must form yourself through layer upon layer, which seat right inside each other. We have formulated indeed. Director, thank you. Do you travel by thought only? Mancharians, thought is an essence of all peculiarities upon your dimensional frequencies. Thought to us means no less than doing, and being at that point of reference at that exact time, of which we do not locate time as in your definitions. Thought to us is no more nor no less of a perception into one plane or dwelling habitation than that which you yourselves dwell with your people. We are very honored at this time to have opportunity to share and to describe these universally known concepts into your realm for the understanding of each and every seeker of the truth. We intend to greatly elaborate on nuances, which come from time to time. In the course of justifying our methods unto your reasoning, and hopefully your prowess will direct you therein. In examination of all known frequencies, you will find that thought is no more of a projection than you yourself are, for you have projected your consciousness from the one source of your own being. This is filament down through the layers into multi-dimension, you see. In effect, it is very similar to having three outer shells, one layered on top of another, depending here on the rapid growth of your higher self versus your lower. And here is the connection. For if layer upon layer are torn away, it bridges the gap. In essence then, we would have complete contact at all times with our higher consciousness or Godhead, for each of you are a trinity in yourselves. Though here again, not many understand the true concept of infinity. We have knowledge far beyond the stars, for we are older than your greatest stars. Many have gone nova and many shift and many change as your earth one day will, and soon to be, by your concept of time. But here again, we must mention and elaborate it as most important that you understand to tell your people from us, that layer upon layer must be broken down in order to fully benefit your growth and your situation on your upward journeys. Proceed. Director, thank you. Why is it so difficult for us earthlings or earth humans to even be aware of a higher self and to transfer our consciousness into our higher self? Mancharians, as we have rapidly explained and for the second time we would tell you, that you trip on the layers of dimensions, the layers of vibrational frequencies, which build upon themselves, which are all combined. They must be broken down as molecules into atoms. This is indeed a serious conquest at best, but we have progressed, and by our example we have proved, that all things are possible through the tie and the oneness with the Creator. We are the Mancharians. We are the creators. One day you will be creators. You will be one body with us. One body with the Creator. You too will find yourself being universes. Proceed. Director, thank you. Could you please explain the duality of the Creator and of our particular universe? Mancharians, the duality of the Creator is an amazing fact. Many subject the Creator to be of two parts, only, male and female, as father and mother or brother and sister. You get the idea, we're sure. However, it does go into much further concepts of your understanding. Here we will explain in your definitions. To begin with then, the Creator has a starting source, for the Creator is not just one as individualism, but the Creator has many sides of duality. Many sides of duality concur with the fact that there are many hundreds of thousands of universes and galaxies and planets and planes, and dimensions and frequencies. Each has a different duality, for whenever you find duality, you also find another breaking of duality, similar to taking a molecule and giving it duality, and when that is broken down into many atoms, then you break them down. And each has a duality, and this is in essence how the Creator is dualities. Universes themselves work by the same standards. Do you understand? Director: yes. We have proven ourselves as dualities, but we are one body, but we have many dualities. For we have formed countless galaxies, and every intricate part of the galaxies have dualities, and among them, they are cut into more dualities. You never may have anything without having the exact opposite. This is how the law of balance works. Director: thank you. Is part of your own duality in your realm also a male and female duality? Mancharians: there are many dualities, you see. There once was the male and female, but that duality did so come together in blissful surroundings, and from that duality came other dualities. Others gathered with the male and female half, and they performed to be dualities to another, and so forth, and on it goes. So you see, it is the building of the universes. And as it is broken down into parts and portions where you actually have the male and female, then again you find yourself on third-dimensional dualities. Proceed. Director: thank you. Why have you only chosen 3 from our dimension to speak through? The Masters, as well as other entities, speak through several prophets, simply because there is so much variety of information. Mancharians: this would seem to you to be complex. We do perceive, however, that we have explained several times, we are not messengers. We are the Mancharians, and we have a duty to perform. However, we will explain our formula, in the universe, and brought down as perfect truth of a working order by the Creator. It is said to be a proven fact in every universal structure, that whatever is above, that, when it goes down, will multiply. This is what one of your messengers meant, who brought his truth to the earth many years ago, when he taught about multiplying the fish. As soon as you put any bait out, you will find you have many grabbing it, and it multiplies itself like worms procreate. There will be no need to work with a lot. This has been sanctioned by us. For once word gets out, it will receive its duality and build upon the law of duality. Its essence alone will attract. People will fight for truth in the end days, as you call it. And this is a glorifying time, because of the love for truth in the hearts who so desire it, and, who work long and hard on their journeys. We have elaborated upon many things in the past eons. Not so, we do not find necessity among your people to be running to and fro from one to the other. Will not one here and one there suffice, if the law of duality is indeed in order? Or do you ones wish to prove the law of duality and make it difficult by harboring such information and tying it and blinding it, so nobody knows it but you? Director: certainly not. Mancharians: we would never expect that, therefore we are careful in our choices. Do not elevate yourselves, but put the words of truth of the Creator out. These we do not consider as our words alone, for we are the Creators. We are all one. So you see, you must make your people understand, that, these are the words of the Creator. Proceed. Director: thank you. Can you explain how time and space are rolled into one? Mancharians: time and space are a concept for your limited minds indeed. It is a gratifying experience to share with you and your people. Time is in essence no longer valid. And space, there is a window, you see. If you were to take a timeline and take another timeline 6 inches away, what would you have in the middle but space? You take the timelines away, which is similar to taking your dimensions away, because you have then broken through the dimensions into the next dimension, missing the fourth dimension, and you find your timeline has collapsed, and so has space. This is an exceedingly simple but profound concept we believe to be important for your people to understand. We do delight in bringing the truth. We love teaching kindergarten. Director, thank you. So indeed, once we enter into the fifth and sixth and higher dimensions, the element of time becomes an eternal element or essence. Is that correct? Mancharians, the time coordinates, and here we choose to try to work within your linguistic banks, as you retire into closer dimensions, for they are not further away than your nose, you will find that the layer between each molecule breaks down with the higher frequency as you retract and perform your consciousness higher. And, as your higher self is reaching up, so does the frequency. You could understand this better by having a loud pitch and performing it upon a crystal glass. And what do you think would happen? Director, it would sing. Mancharians, and as you proceed with the vibrations, the higher and higher, and this is noted even on your planet, the connection we make for you. What happens then is the glass shatters. The molecules. Director, disintegrate. Mancharians, precisely. But if the frequency is high enough, the molecular structure will shift and you can walk through it. It will divide itself upon many divisions, so thereby working with the same universal principle, the higher the frequencies, as your higher self reaches up dimension by dimension, for it is always at 2 dimensions higher than your lower part. However, it must expand and grow into all-knowingness, and this does take many eons. But indeed is a pleasurable experience. For this is where your joy comes from. Not from the lower bowels, but the joy that your higher consciousness brings into your soul. That is the tie or the cord. You have cord to etheric bodies. There is also cord to higher bodies. They, of course, work in multi-dimensions. They are not just one, for you must understand when your other bodies are working in other dimensions, each has higher self but is all part of one. You are so fragmented. You know no understanding of how much you are split apart. No wonder one human cannot even get along with itself. Proceed at your liberty. We do enjoy these concepts. We love to teach children of ours. Director, indeed, and we appreciate your deliberations and explanations. Is there a duality between our third dimensional plane and the fourth dimensional plane, which other people call the astral plane? Are these two forming a duality, because you indicate we go into the higher dimension from the third to the fifth, am I correct? Mancharians, in a manner of speaking. Let us first explain to you and your people. As we have already stated, your higher self is 2 dimensions up, pulling you up and pulling the joy and the truth down. Is that not so? Director, indeed. Mancharians, therefore you do bypass the fourth in that regard. Those of you, of course, who are on the upward journey at a greater accelerated pace, will find themselves indeed within the limits of the fifth dimension. Those who are not at such an accelerated pace, but do have the truth in their hearts, will find themselves within the limited gates of the fourth dimension, which actually is only a little more refined than your third dimensional plane. We are most gratified to have this opportunity to teach our children. We are the Mancharians. We are the creators. You are all a part of the creation. You are part of the Creator of which we are one body. Proceed. Director, thank you. Can you please explain from your perspective, the concept, as we know it, of good and evil? Mancharians, concepts again are formulated within categorical expression. This differs almost a little from definitions. However, there is indeed, and here we do again deal within realms and understanding and concepts of division of duality. For one cannot survive without the other. And how could this be so? Would it not indeed be a much more perfect situationary practice within the multidimensional universes to have no havoc reign upon you? But then, To have no havoc or chaos would mean you would find your joy eliminated. For how would you know joy if you knew no sadness? How would you know prosperity if you knew no poverty? Do you understand our message to you and your people? Director: Yes, indeed. Mancharians, is this satisfactory, or would we be asked again to elaborate? Director: One aspect, yes, I would like you to elaborate on. Most definitely, you, from your highly developed perspective or plane, would be in agreement with us when it comes to viewing negativity or evil as unacceptable to a righteous character. Am I correct? Mancharians, forgive us at this time. We were reaffirming our adjustment categories within this channel. Proceed. Director: All right. My question was, most definitely from your plane, that is your 16th dimensional realm, you function and operate from the basis of absence of evil. And if there was evil, it would definitely be unacceptable. Am I correct? We reject evil and accept anything that is good, righteous, and compassionate. Mancharians, here we work on the basis of your perception again, individualizing each concept within your brain waves. Not really would be our defined answer to you. We do perform no evil, but in fact we gather, and before we formed into one group and one body, anything of a negative nature was placed in a body all itself. Therefore performing again a duality. For again we say to you to try to understand, how can you have goodness without badness living across the street? However, each dimension, of course, has its dual counterparts, as some dimensions have 3 dual counterparts, which makes a party of 2 each, adding up to 4. 4 children understand how to add 1 and 1, and then you have its dual counterparts of 1 and 1, and you end up with 2, which is a duality of the other half of the 2, and you add them and you have a complete whole of a 4, which also has a duality. Director: Am I understanding you correctly, that on higher dimensional levels, each one has a positive and a negative, or a good and an evil sphere or phenomenon? Mancharians, indeed. This, the good master and Samaritan, of which many of your people know of and unfortunately bring themselves to worship, instead of learning the truth of that entity's words, when he tried to explain, when he went to the bowels of the earth, and found Abraham's chamber, if we could use those words out of your linguistic banks, on one side, and on the other side so many people, as they call it, in purgatory-type distress. He was trying to explain multidimension, the duality of dimensions, where one was as glorious and blissful, and the other poverty-stricken with sadness and torture. For it is like looking through a looking glass. There is a veil between. This is why the bliss surrounds those in the much higher dimensions, simply for the reasoning that we do not allow it, wickedness, within our realm. However, if it were not for duality, we could not exist in bliss, for the greater the joy, the more terrible or horrifying aspect lies on the other side of the gate. You must remember gateways cannot always be opened, for there are those individuals who are not yet progressed to the point in their evolutionary journeys, where they could handle it. Therefore if some were to go through their own abyss too early, they may die. And others who may go into bliss too early, may not conquer the lessons they must learn and find themselves subjected again upon the wheel, which goes around. Proceed at your pleasure. Director: Thank you. You have given us a lot to think about. More questions we will have for you tomorrow, if that is okay. Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. We have come to perform a work. We have come to show you the way that you may receive the eternal gift of life and bliss. Living is one point and one of your perspections, but in order to have bliss, is that not with eternal river? The eternal river that flows from the tree of life is never broken. Your people have missed this concept, which was so well taught by the messenger, who came so long ago in your time concept. We are the Mancharians. Good night. We release this body with our thanks back into your care. Tomorrow night we will resume. Bring many questions. We have many answers. We promise to answer any and all put forth. Gather questions from those around you at work and at play. Session 3. Wednesday, May 10, 1995, 8:55 p.m. Director, good evening. Are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universe? Mancharians, we are the Mancharians, we are the oneness of the creation. We are indeed the Christ-mindedness of the Creator. We are the Creator. Director, thank you. We are delighted to be with you again tonight and have prepared some more questions for you to answer. Now, one that many would want to have an explanation on, is this one: what are dimensions, or planes, or spheres of existence, and how many are there for us to inherit in total? Mancharians, indeed. The spheres or dimensional planes or dimensional planets, for all do conglomerate within accord of one another. Each has their dualities and are performing within consensus of duality. For instance, in your words, to keep it on a more simplistic plane for your understanding, we simply mean to say here, that one planet or another, whether be in one dimensional frequency or another, alters its shape and alters its time coordinates, whereby you have one frequency or dimension, because you must understand, that in all dimensional frequencies it is a higher elevation of sound or the speed of light, which changes and alters the matter, or the way matter is viewed. In order then to perceive by your concepts or your standards the altering of the different dimensional planes, it is important firstly to understand, that all texture and substance is altered by the speed of light, in which it inhabits itself. This is where the Creator has made the web, and this is why you have different galaxies and different planets, which seem to spin or rather have an aura around them. You would know immediately if you were to enter another dimension. You would find the mass of matter to be somewhat lighter in the higher, and why would it be lighter indeed but, for reason that, the molecules are not so tightly embedded together. This, of course, makes it easier for one substance to move through another on the much higher planes or frequencies of thought, for that is the Creator of all things. You, too, are the creators in your own essence, though of a limited nature. Director, if it was possible for us to take the bodies that mankind has now and we were to be accepted into the environment of fifth-dimensional beings, would that have an effect on our bodies? Mancharians, the body, you must understand and tell your people, is of such dense matter. It would make the physical encumbrance somewhat overly weighty, much akin to walking over quicksand, and here we're speaking of dimensions of the seventh altitude frequency. For dimensions are not high or low as in height or going up or down, but they are rather one layer upon another. This must be understood as the foundation to all perimeters of dimensions. We have noticed among your people, that they not only misperceive their own concepts, but do use the higher standards as stumbling blocks for their imagination. For as we have said before, all imagination stems from thought patterns, which is simply a mind creation. Director, could you please explain how man coexists in multi-dimensions but still seems to only have his full consciousness working in this third dimension? Mancharians, indeed. This is simply because his full consciousness, which is tied in with the source, is at this time, you could liken it, we suppose, with the universe as a whole, and thus, putting its consciousness into one galaxy, or piece of the whole, in order for it to work in the different galaxies which are embedded within the universal consciousness. You would have a division intact, and to further lessen it, to put it onto different planes or dimensions such as planets where there is a denser atmosphere, you would simply put another portion of the consciousness. There be a lesson to be learned. And to forbid to keep on going around on the wheel, that sole entity would be directing their consciousness onto that portion, whereby the consciousness still would be ruling in the other galaxies, which are of a higher essence or dimension, though not as much need be taken for it to rest there. Director, thank you. Is mankind on the verge of joining together in a collective consciousness? Mancharians, indeed this would be what we would have long hoped for. However, you must understand that you are still at a very crude level of evolvement. Your people must understand from us, because we have journeyed a long way in your time coordinates for many such eons. Broadcasting over the ethers, we have noticed that no one, who is so in tune with themselves, will fail to notice the greater good of progression on their journey, especially as we would mention, when they do come together as a group. But it is far time yet, as we have explained before, they have yet to work with themselves. For how can man work with others when he does not even have the realization of working with himself in total harmony? Director, where, as far as man's achievement of greater awareness or greater consciousness or spiritual progression into a higher dimensional state is concerned, does death fit in? The losing of one's physical body, is this process of what we call death a helpful state in the direction of acquiring a higher dimensional existence, frequency, or unity with those of higher dimensional planes? Mancharians, this is simply a manufacturing of a different frequency, whereby, as we have already stated, when you go in the higher frequencies, your body must be less dense. It is not a process of dying or a process of living. It is more a process of changing. Consider yourselves from day to day as changelings. You would be perhaps more accurate to describe your changings as metamorphic, such as a caterpillar into butterflies. As one changes into the other, so does the other, which could be termed as butterfly, able to fly into higher realms without having such denseness tying it to the earth. Director, so then, it is not absolutely necessary for us to go through the death process if we knew how to effectively raise our vibrational frequency, and thus join in with those frequencies of higher dimensions? Am I correct? Mancharians, that would be the idea, for it is, as we would put it, a shifting. As you shift from the alpha-beta waves into the theta waves, so does your consciousness shift into the upper realms of understanding. It is so with the DNA molecular structuring of your coding, which no longer exists with us. We have bypassed that point eons ago, but it is always an interesting aspect and scientific study for those of you on the road. Director, indeed. How are the universes designed? I understand universes as one universe with many galaxies. Is this concept limited, or am I imposing in my view a limited concept of what the universe is like? Mancharians, imposing is as discrimination. We do not recognize any discrimination here. All questions are welcome. This is why we have come to perform our duty, to answer questions for you and your people. All humanity will one day benefit, as these writings go throughout the earth into many nations and many languages. Director, now, can you explain how those universes are designed? Universes are such as imaginary thoughts. What could you create with your imaginary thoughts? Could they be somewhat diversified? How would you describe one car from another in a car lot, performing, that you have one set of vehicles from another brand, supposing you separate the sports from the tandy sort? You see, it is all a matter of creation. There are no limits or ties that bind. We do not run a consensus as to what should be here and what should be placed there as in blueprints or diagrams. We are free to make our own choices. We are beings of free will. We are one with the Creator. We are the Mancharians, and we have come to perform our duty to bring truth to you and your people, to send throughout the world to all nations and tongues and dialects. For not one will be left out. One who can't read will say by word of mouth. The results will be no less than amazing. We have our standards as well, and this may surprise you to hear this. But we do not perform, whether be countless galaxies in one universe and structured accordingly with this planet and that planet and having rotationary boundaries, and which one spins at a degree, and which one spins the opposite as a degree, because here you have the duality of opposites. Not all planetary forms spin in the same direction, because in order that they have duality, you must always have concurring fact of implementing counterclockwise. Has this ever occurred to your people? This is but a simple law of physics. Because of different altitude of waves above the Earth, and here we do try to keep it simple, you will find throughout the universes and indeed the galaxies and even more so, looking up from the base of the planets, that accordingly skies will be formed with a different hue, a different color. This is simply because of different texture in gases and masses, for all operates at a different frequency. If you have molecules of reds and blues tightly intermeshed together, is it not a rather hard color? But supposing you put dots of white as your painting, would it not appear to be lighter then? Or perhaps on the other hand, you have it all green as our sky, and then you dot lines or hues in of grey, would you not have a mingling then of texture? All things are applicable concerning the atmospheres. The designing of creators, you must understand we are one. This must be understood for the simple reason, that no prospect could be elevated and implemented without full consensus from the one. Did it ever occur to your people to ask, why the beauty reigns throughout different universes and galaxies? Because we come as one, you have a mingling of complete harmony and thought in one with all the harmonics and vibrational frequencies and essences and imaginary thoughts, or as we should perhaps term it, imaginations of countless, all flowing in harmony. Could you now start to imagine the simplicity and the beauty, and with which simplicity and beautifying factors, that we as creators can paint a picture for you? This is not simply the imaginings of one as individualism. This is what holds your concepts so tight and your limitations in thought. We do state this many times for the knowing and understanding of your people, for if they do not understand this simple rule and how it affects their evolution and what they are actually reaching for, it will put them rather at a stalemate within themselves. Proceed. Director: Yes, thank you. You said that you are many and of the 16th dimension. Can you tell me how many dimensions there are above you, that even you aspire or are in contact with? Mancharians, here you must understand, dimensions are not built as building blocks as in your concepts, as one foot being above the other foot. They are layered, but they are layered, and here we take you a step further, we begin by telling you, they are layered one on another. Now the next step for your concept and understanding would be to understand it as water, and what happens when you pour water on water. Does it not mingle into itself? And yet if you take oil, and let us look at a light oil, and it lies on the top of the water, and then what would occur? Director: Separation of the two. Mancharians: But would it not be a light separation? Director: Yes. Mancharians: Could you put anything in between? Director: I suppose not. Well, this is our point. So here we have dimensions upon dimensions and are aspiring, because we are multidimensional beings. We work in all dimensions, up to the 16th, as you put the up for your understanding. For in precise fact to say, we permeate every dimension. We have already formed galaxies and not by thought only, for here again, we take you a step further up on your evolutionary understanding, we permeate the galaxies by becoming the galaxies. Our molecules attract like molecules, and therefore the group of the oneness becomes a duality, calling for more duality, and as it stretches forth, the larger it becomes, the straighter the focus. And therefore more upon more will be created, stretching us in with the Creator even closer. For we mingle in the Creator's molecules and consciousness, for each molecule and atom, whether be negative or positive, is intertwined. This is how all matter lives, and this is how all matter has a consciousness. This is how life is breathed into the very bushes and trees and plants and ground and rocks and rubble on your planets, and those of others elsewhere. Proceed. Director: Thank you. You may have partially answered my next question. How do you create nothingness into matter, and how would you recommend us to begin to be true creators? Mancharians: This is an interesting concept of individuals. Firstly, there is no such thing as nothingness. Nothingness suggests no thing. How indeed can there be no thing? If every atom and molecule, that permeates without and forms its dualities and counterparts and collects itself within conscious attire, would that not then be stricken? How can you have universes with large spaces in between, which you call nothingness? They are made of light. They are glorious colors. They are every color of the molecules and atoms which permeate from the Creators and the very mind and conscience of Creator, for everything is thought into being. Because you cannot see with physical eyes the beauties and the lights that radiate throughout your blackness, do not be fooled, dear ones. Nothingness indeed lies within your own imaginings, which shows you, how darkened your conscience remains as though a veil is dropped over your eyes. You need to elaborate with your spiritual sight, until you can use your physical eyes for interdimensional understanding. Only then will you see, what is really and truly out there that others perhaps will not see yet. We have enjoyed this documentary tonight. We enjoy bringing truth to you and your people. We are the Mancharians and will be happy to proceed. Director: Well, thank you. That is a very interesting thought you have given us to meditate upon. Next question: this universe is referred to as the free agency or free will universe. Are there universes that function on a different basis than that of free agency? Mancharians: absolutely not. For all are free, are they not? Do the understanding of limited cultures not have the same freedom as those are of higher evolved and understanding? Of course not. The point here of which we would relay, is the difference between those who know they have free agency and those who apply free agency. Do not be fooled in the least. Universal laws do not mock one culture or evolutionary ethnic. However, in order to proceed, we feel we are doing a very good job in all with your strange linguistic patterns. The point here being again to reiterate, every single individual, as well as those of the animal kingdom, have free agency. It is simply what do you do with it? Do you harbor it in wisdom and understanding and let it grow and guide you and lead you and call it intuition? Or do you victimize yourself and say you have no choice? Let no one tell you, you have no choice. That would be indeed a lie of your own soul. If you would lie to yourselves then, who could tell you the truth that you would believe? For if you cannot believe your own essence, how can you believe another? There is no difference between believing in yourself and in your essence and intuition and learning to love yourself, before you can learn to love another. So many of your people lie to themselves about how they love and forgive one another, when in their own essence they don't even know how to work with themselves. Pity, we think. Proceed. Director: Thank you. We have been told there exists duality throughout all dimensions, the duality between positive and negative. How would any entity or soul want to choose for its pathway the negative aspect of that duality in hatred and unkindness and rudeness and all evil, or everything we call as evil and understand as evil? Can you explain? Mancharians: this again is not so much a choosing of, but, rather as a growing process. When your evolutionary mind is subjected to the mere whims of your heart's pulse, then you will not be so tied down with your stricken efforts of the understanding between good and evil. Here again is a concept, which may be somewhat difficult for you and your people, as you work on such individualistic developments. As you attain a full conscious understanding, the words good and evil do not even come into play. The concept here, as we have said before, even with love and caring is not the same as you will find in your dictionaries. In order to answer your questions to the best of our ability and your profound limited understanding, we will just say to you in this way, that all conscious endeavors in a heightening of blissfulness and everything, you must understand, has a learning and has a price to pay. As you have stated before, how does one put their full consciousness into only one portion and not awareness of other dimensions they may be working on, which in fact they do, at the same moment in time, for there is no time to regulate the one, which is time-bound. In the same way do we direct our consciousnesses into our evolving in our blissful state, whereby we send the other portion of our consciousnesses into the negative. But awareness is extremely limited, and at some times not even close to evaluation. Does this fully answer your question? Director: Yes. I will have to meditate upon that one. Mancharians: this is always highly recommended and delights our hearts, when one with light is forced within himself to stretch his mind beyond his means. Director: Thank you. Can you tell us how we can effectively neutralize our karma toward others? Mancharians: in actuality, it already has been. You may think this is a funny method, but you see, this has already been accomplished from where we sit. Even many of the statistics, which you take, as you write down what is good karma and what is bad and what must yet to be worked out, it is really an inefficient way of conducting research. You must learn to feed your intuition with wisdom and let it work for you as it comes down into your consciousness through the crown chakra from your higher self. Your higher self is trying to teach you these truths of what has been done and what hasn't been done. Some call it conscience, we believe, but conscience again is a poor definition of and a lower form of intuition, because intuition here is more refined. If you wonder at any time, Have you done this properly, or have you truly forgiven someone? Meditate, as you have suggested, you may do. This delights our souls. Meditate indeed, and your direction will come and hit you like a hammer on the chakra. Always follow intuition, for intuition is your medical resource of healing. And medicine always works for all, does it not? Proceed. Director, thank you. You stated that humans really did not understand or practice the law of love. Could you please explain more on this, and tell us what love means to you? Mancharians, this is why, when we have said, we do our duty and bring these words to 3 in your dimension, and that we have no escape plan for your people, but we meet with them as they evolve into higher dimensions. Then they will be ready to actually understand. But here again, you do need an answer for your people. All we could say at this time and suggest, is that they conscientiously refrain from so much tongue wagging and start listening within themselves to themselves. They do need to connect with themselves, for it is apparent they cannot connect with anybody else. Until such time as they do, they will not find love for self to even begin to understand the meaning. What they term as love, and though you have splintered and fragmented the concept of love all over the place into different fragments, for instance there is a certain love for brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers and husbands and wives, and so on and so on, how are they expected indeed to deal with any of these fragments? How do you bottle up wine, if it is split out of harmony with all the other ingredients? We would be very interested to hear the answer to that one. So we say to you again, simply to tell your people, they must connect with themselves in order to have an understanding of the first rung of the ladder of L. Is this understood sufficiently for your people to understand? Director, yes, but I have another question regarding it. And that is, we were told in order for us humans to connect with our higher selves, we'd have to sort of go through an abyss. Where does the abyss fit into all of this with regard to us connecting to our higher selves? Mancharians, the abyss, which you speak of, simply is the duality of your portion of your duality. The portion we mean is, that you are so fragmented that you encase as a male entity without a female encasing, though it is somewhere buried deep. Here you have your split-offs. So now that we have that concept accomplished, we can proceed to explain, how indeed do you face your abyss. It is like going into war with armor and no sword, only half equipped, or perhaps the sword broken in half. How do you fight the outer extremities, when you have not yet understood the inner extremities of how you perform and work within yourself, for you are taking your half-duality, the male half in your case, and you're trying to implement it together with another half, which is not strictly there yet. It is somewhat akin to working with half a mind. And how does that complement itself? So in order to go through an individual or personal abyss, in order to reach and connect with your higher self, you must let go of the ego. The O in ego is the big space, where the other half of the brain is not functioning. Here you're working not with the right and left hemisphere together. You must subject yourself to the understanding in totality, that you really only are half there. This should be a concept for your psychiatrists. We thank you. Director, you may have already explained how our love or your love are different from each other. In which way? Can you elaborate on that again? Mancharians, we can only say to you, and here we must take the concept to a level of understanding for you and your people. We have come to bring you truth, is that not right? Director, indeed. Mancharians, but your people seldom tell the truth, even to themselves, never mind to one another. If they cannot even get past that concept of warpedness, how can they understand the concept of love? You can't go up to a second step if you have not climbed the first yet. Have we sufficiently explained? Director, yes, thank you. Can you tell us how the vortexes work? Mancharians, vortexes are a very scientific display of curved lights. As you understand, we're sure, that all lights in your nothingness are curved with beautiful colors. They are the essence of the time and space. Time and space is filled with curvatures, which go this way and that on a spire. Vortexes are simply like your little tornadoes, where more have gathered. Perhaps the functioning of a group thought was stronger and seldom directed inward, so forcing outward. And here you will have vortexes going in different directions, whether you're pulling your thought forms in or out, rather as a worker on a lathe. You understand the mythology of working a lathe, do you not? It is worked on the same principle except that we implement thought forms and thought patterns. It really is a simple process. On the other growth, or evolutionary status of dimensions, where people are somewhat quite a bit more evolved than the humans on the third-dimensional plane, they do use scientific methods simply to gain further understanding of the natural cause, for everything is run by laws and principles. They simply are implementing wisdom and understanding and conscientious effort in the understanding of what we do as creators. Director: Yes, thank you. For a complete and better understanding of ourselves and the readers, can you please explain your society as the Mancharians? Are we dealing here with an entity of one body and many spirits sharing that body, or are we dealing with a society of many soul entities with individual bodies all sharing a common goal? Can you explain, please, what your oneness is like? Mancharians: This concept is really not as difficult as it may seem. But here again, if we go into quantum physics it could rather blow your minds away, which wouldn't be a good idea as we have already seen you only work on half of one. Not you alone here. We are talking about those in individualistic consciousnesses. In order to answer your question, which we most kindly do, we must say to you, we do not walk around like one big spark. Our consciousnesses indeed are one. You could say, that we are many bodies, as you would put them for your understanding. And suppose or imagine a big cloud right over the sky as far as you could see, and this is all filled with each body's consciousness all in harmony and resonating every principle of highest moral and ethical responses to the Creator's love for us. This is perhaps, at this time in your growth, the easiest way we could explain it. Perhaps if we were to explain ourselves to seventh-dimensional beings, the explanation would be somewhat unequivocal. Proceed. How kind of you and your people to be interested and ask of concept, which they have no knowing or understanding. This pleases us, for this shows the mind is open to be pulled and stretched like putty. We are the Mancharians, and we have come to do our duty. This is our serving in our own way for you and your people. Director: Thank you indeed. That I understand very well. To expand on this, then each individual Mancharian, if I may say so, exercises its full right of free agency in providing a perfect contribution to the building of a happy society as a whole through his or her creationary process. Am I correct? Mancharians: That is precisely the limitations humans place upon themselves. This is correct with minor adjustments. You must understand here, that all things partake of the same essence. Though thoughts are coordinated in harmonics, we could put it, all feelings and emotional vibrations synthesized together within the harmonics, such as a beautiful orchestra in perfect harmony. But you do get the idea. Keep walking the road. You will reach the end when time allows. You are a perfect example of individualistic manhood, and here we do not mean this as disrespectful, rather we elaborate on the fact, that you use your individualism to the best of your possibility within your limitations. This is commendable. Director: Thank you. We face many disadvantages on our plane for conscious growth. Many have groups started to encourage and help people expand their consciousnesses. Humanity has many groups, which have formed and organized themselves with the objective to help their consciousness expand. Could you please contribute to their work maybe with some suggestions of your own? Mancharians: Indeed. We would be delighted to answer this one specifically. For the purpose of group consciousness is a delight unto our souls. But here we do caution the people in these groups, that first they must learn to connect within themselves, before they can hope to work with others. It does not quite work the opposite way. Ego is an indefinable fact here. What we simply say to those with such great and honorable aspirations is simply this: in order to fasten on to the concepts of forgetting individuality, you must remember there is a progression to make, where you must join firstly with your higher self, then with the other half of yourself, which in duality has joined with its higher self, and here you have the male and female aspect with the split higher consciousnesses joined. Once you have joined with yourselves and have placed within your limitations of power that doorway to walk through, then will you be ready to begin the duality of beginning group consciousness, one at a time, for you will have others, the male and female aspect of themselves with the higher consciousness joining. It is similar to two peas in a pod with some of the peas missing. And here we join together at the stem, and both pea pods have stems and they join together both halves. And then what have you but the peas all inside, which could be a remembrance of the total mind factor or consciousness joined. For how can you yet join with others in duality, when you have not yet joined with yourself, never mind the other half of your aspect and its higher self, which is the duality of yourselves. And then here again you implement the law of duality by calling others that have achieved that, and they are the other half of you and so on and so on. And here you could even have three that have come together, and each one of them will have dualities simply, as we have stated before, there are some universes and planets with three dualities. And this we could elaborate on for your people, but as we have said, we are not messengers. We have a duty to perform and that duty is to bring truth, to stretch the people's minds. So let them think, so they are able to complete that for themselves. For nothing is without work and effort. Nothing is completely free, except, of course, your choice, your free will, and even that is not completely free, for it takes work whichever pathway you choose. If you choose the upward route, as you stated, it takes sufficient work, for what you put in, is what you will get out, and here duality interacts with one another. So above, will come down and vice versa, and those who choose to do what they call nothing, no thing at all, will simply be choosing to be in a state of subservient consciousness to themselves, plunging themselves further into their own victimhood, of which they chose. And do you not think that road equally, if not twice as hard? Director, some entities channel material of a rather negative essence concerning our government as well as world affairs, including catastrophic events, which supposedly are to occur at the end of this age. Should we not focus instead upon positive thoughts and influences, in order to try to avert catastrophe and help those who do the nations an injustice, and to help raise their consciousnesses into the light, to help them to join with us in redeeming this planet, before it is too late? What do you think? Mancharians, what do we think here is neither here nor there? All is relevant with its counterpart of being irrelevant. You cannot, as we have said, have the good without the bad. Shifting consciousnesses onto positive behavior and reactions is always commendable, and will help indeed with the progression of one's soul. The only danger here is, if you leave your abyss to somebody else, you may find yourself reaping great karma. For what is before thine physical eyes is a beholden fact before the universes. You must understand here, and must tell your people, that good and evil reign side by side on lower planetary reform centers. This is your school for learning. There are both sides. And to negate to learn of the evil and to feel its essence, will keep you from feeling the full extent of the joy. This is not to say, and here we must elaborate a portion, this is not to say that we should put a strict focus on those of negative causes. An awareness is not altogether sufficient, because burying your heads in sand like sand ducks, really blinds your eyes and gets your snoot full of sand. We have come to realize, that the nastiness of nature will one day be as solid as gold in truth form, whether it be of the negative substance or the positive. The only differences you have on the lower dimensions is the evil or negative aspect of yourselves. It's not put behind a veil or a glass casing. Instead of viewing it from the other side of the curtain, it is joined with you and permeates among you. The best thing we would suggest in this case, is to again connect yourselves within yourselves. Everybody must face their abyss. And some may not be ready to deal with the negative aspects and truth of themselves. Be honest, but first realize what honesty is. Honesty simply is your intuition's reactions. And here, what do you do with them? And truth comes as the same formula. If you are given truth and do not like the sound of it, then what again do you do about it? You could lie to yourself and others, and this would be most normal at your point in evolutionary process. This is one thing, an aptitude you must overcome. You must come face to face, each one of you, with your own negativity, and do not think for one moment, it does not permeate without the earth. Every thought you have put out is still out there working in its dualities. So each one has got to take responsibility for what is going on in the negative realm. For since the day of physical birth, you have sheltered yourself from the goodness and put out how many times in rationalities the anger and the anguish and the frustration and the negative, as you term it, only qualities. And since that time they have permeated throughout the earth, throughout the atmosphere, throughout the galaxies, affecting each and every one. For every thought put out performs a duality, which performs and collects other dualities, much like iron shavings to magnets. So do never say, that you are not responsible for negative aspects on your planet and in the universes. You are all operating like gases, using your minds and your thoughts. You cannot hide from truth. But we do commend each one for their upward growth. Look after yourself first. And here, if you think we are altering that concept of yours which says put yourself last, your neighbor first, we would say unto you, just remember this, if you cannot work within yourself to understand and connect yourselves, such as a doctor would be asked to connect arms to the body and the legs to the body. For if you do not have arms, how can you reach out and touch another? If you do not have legs to run, how could you run and gossip? Or better yet, tell the truth? Bring the truth to people. Without your head and your eyes connected, how could you see spiritual realms through your nothingness of darkness, as you put it? Do you understand? This concept is very interesting for your people in order to stretch their minds. They must not rule out the possibility that they, too, have been and are ongoing the cause for strivings throughout the earth. But this is good, that they connect with themselves so they can begin working. Proceed please. Director, thank you. In connection with this, please let me ask the following. The powers that rule the world on this planet have created many billions of victims amongst their brethren, and this because they misuse power and influence with which they rule. How can we reconcile this with the idea which says that there are no victims, there are only volunteers? Mancharians, we believe we have just answered that question. We do not, however, get ourselves interconnected with your governmental parliamentary influences over the people. We are not messengers. We have come to bring truth as our dutiful prospect unto your people. Director, so you agree, there are no victims. Am I right? Mancharians, here again an individual concept of trying a trickery practice. We will state unto you this one thing, perform yourself into higher realms by reconnecting your body, your DNA molecules, feed them into your coding process and get yourselves put back together. How can you in the least expect to bring a world into living prosperity and one consciousness, when you are all so fragmented? We do not and do refuse to get into any kind of debate over governmental policies whatsoever, is that clear? Director, thank you. How is time perceived throughout this particular universe? You have stated you have no concept of time in your realm. Mancharians, here we deal again with the mass. As the frequencies are massed together, you understand, the molecules and the atoms, which make up all the molecules, as they are encompassed together, as we were describing paint, being a hard color, so it is with time. The time essence in fact compiles itself. It compiles itself into a tight ridge held down and together by, what we could direct you to think of in concept, as a time line. That is a line, which is above, holding the time in between. If you should rise through the time, or you do any traveling out of body, you will find, that when you go through the time barrier, rather before you have finished with the time barrier, you look down and you can see the earth itself with its continents and waters. As you carry on, you go through and enter through the timeline as your body filaments and spreads out in molecular fashion. Here we're talking about the special body for traveling, your astral body indeed, and can travel the speed of light. This is why to many it appears to go through vortexes when in actuality it makes itself as a vortex, but hasn't impeded through the directional resources provided, for it is not to that point in time yet, you see. And so, as you go up in the frequencies, so time does break down because time is a mass. This you must understand. This concept is rather elevated perhaps at this time. But time is indeed a mass, and as the frequencies alter mass, so do they alter all mass. Would it be right if they would alter the mass, as the earth passes through into the fifth dimension? Would it alter indeed the mass without altering the atmospheric mass? Not so. Therefore, would it leave out the time mass? Anything held down? Not so. Director, I guess the reason these concepts are so difficult to understand is because we live our life and our life experiences in a linear fashion. Could you elaborate on that somewhat? Mancharians, linear would be a wonderful straight word to throw down the drain for the carburetor to eat up, for these type of linguistics individualistic concepts and understanding of your people hinder them. As they try to stand up they bounce their heads against that linear line. There is no need to lie in a coffin and shut the lid. We have seen other cultures practice breaking down the linear wall. And one way is through astral travel, because their consciousnesses take in a larger dimensional purpose and understanding. As they look around, they do not look just straight, but their eyes seem to look in all directions at once, and this gives them a better understanding of the words you have of all seeing. We have no lines, you must remember, there is nothing in the universe, which is made up of straight lines. Not one line is straight. Have you ever seen a straight atom? Director, never. Mancharians, well then, have you seen a straight molecule? I'm sure you've seen a straight molecule? Director, no. Mancharians, exactly. Then if all these, which are the beginning concepts of thought which form dualities, do form into patterns then, if all are round or curvature, then how on earth can you have a straight line? Even straight lines are made up of round atoms, which form molecules. Isn't this silly? Here, with a straight line made of nothing but curved lines, here again we have a duality. Here we have imagination, and here we have as many as your magicians, that you watch on TV and perform their wondrous acts. What is it you call it? Director, magic? Mancharians, there was another word, indeed. Director, trickery? Mancharians, how about the word illusion? All straight lines are illusions. So, if man is to stop bumping his head against the concrete slab to keep knocking sense into his head, and the concepts out of his head, which are complete error, then this would it not be a good beginning to simply understand, that even straight lines are made of roundness? Director, interesting. I have no further questions. Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. We have come with an important work for your people. And here we mean to state unequivocally, a work for your people to do, not such as we are working, but we bring work for them to do by stretching their minds and being honest and truthful within their beings. Thank you for your participation with your people's questions. Good night. Session 4. Friday, May 12, 1995 7:30 p.m. Mancharians, greetings. Director, greetings. Are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universal mind of the creation? Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. We are the oneness and the mind of the creation and the Christ-mindedness. We are the creators. Director, there is much confusion upon this earthen plane as to who or what God is. Some say he is one individual being almighty in his powers, others say there are three persons in the Godhood. Some say we are all gods, and others say it is our higher self or our etheric body. How would you describe to us what God is? Mancharians, MMMH, a delightful topic. First, your people need to understand the concept of God. Here we do not discriminate between questions, for all are relevant and fit into the seed pod of human understanding. God is not so much of a person because a person is only within the limitations of understanding of individualism. And it is not worked upon as being individual from this or from that. Would you not agree? Therefore you must view your own limited understandings and perspectives, that God as a whole should be simply termed as the creation, in order to go here to the very top of the ladder, as you always work on ups and downs and across. This was one of the significations of the cross in the time of the great master in year 2000 some years ago, you see. This was signifying for man's limited understanding and pointing upward, and here you also have from east to west right straight across. We have given many recommendations in the past to people of other civilizations in an effort to have them greatly understand, that the creation or the creator, which is both one and the same, permeates throughout all things. The essences of all things started by a little atom. Therefore, God is not just one, as you would perceive one person in individuality of concept. That would be quite impossible, would it not? That would almost prove to be somewhat of a ridiculous statement. If humankind would only meditate upon their own questions from their consciousnesses, they would see the futility of trying to figure out the understanding of the Creator, for they are just a figment on this plane of their own projected imaginations. As for the Trinity of the Godhead, here it has been elevated into concepts of a subservient nature of one to the other, for instance, the Father God with the servant, the Son, and the servant on the other side, the Spirit. And here has man tried to conceivably subject one to the other within the Trinity. This again is somewhat of a great fallacy within mankind's understandings. For how would the Creator or the creation, which is one in both, be separated from itself? How could you have one, which has not a spirit? For as Christianity, as they call themselves, would have it, the Father would be separated from the Spirit, or else they would not have given the Spirit his own name. Director, how do we fit into this concept the idea of worship? Basically all religions have an attitude of worship towards something higher that they don't see and understand. How are we to communicate with this creation or God outside of, or better, without an attitude of worship? Mancharians, one at a time here. The God, which they wish to connect with, the creation or the Creator is within them, because he permeates himself throughout all of the creation. Therefore, because they are in such splintered factions and so fragmented within themselves, they try to go without themselves to try to pull in the Godhead to themselves, not realizing that they have to elevate themselves up in order to connect, much like having arms on the body and holding them by your side. Well, that would prove no effort, but also that would not bring in the essence. So they reach their arms out in worship, trying to attract the different molecules, which permeate down and around and in from the creation into their own beings, hoping this will make them connect. What they do forget is, they must connect their fragments of themselves in an effort at least, in order to not prove the fragments not to be of a splintered concept within the whole. This has been one of the stumbling blocks for mankind, and in an effort to understand, he has rejected the very God essence or creation or creator essence which is all around him. Not so much that the God or the Creator must come down to him, but rather that he must recognize the God essence by way, and here we use the term often of atoms and molecules for the understanding of the people, that those atoms and molecules, which we can attribute the atoms to being fragments and the molecules as to being splinters of the human race and other races as well. And here, they must recognize again that the sole majority is in and through them every waking moment and every sleeping moment, every breath they take. This is the breath of life, because all life stems from the creation or the Creator which is one of the whole, and one in the whole not to differentiate between the two. For all are one. We are all the creators. Director, thank you. So then my logical deduction is that the attitude of worship and the action of prayer would basically represent actions of futility. Am I correct? Mancharians, precisely. You did pick up on our very word of futility. An extremely commendable word. Whether one would choose to worship or whether one would not choose to worship, is neither here nor there, nor one good nor one bad. It is just that the people have not grown yet in their understandings and do waste much time by worshipping outside of themselves. Because how can you worship outside of yourselves, when you are the same as that which you worship? You are the physical embodiment of the essence, and the spiritual embodiment of the essence in every aspect. You must make your people to understand, that, this will release their consciousnesses and direct themselves to look within, in order to find, that, which is without. You must always begin by looking around your own house to see if there is anything that would need done first. Director: Indeed. Basically speaking, if it became widely known what you have just told us, would it not mean the collapse of all religious systems on this planet? Mancharians, religious systems, and here we do not speak against or for them, but they have performed to be quite a barrier for the consciousnesses. They put many people in their caskets of misconceptions and keep them rather locked up. This avails no one to any good. Director: Yes indeed. Generally, man does not know what awaits him after death, because he cannot see into the beyond. Is there a correct understanding available to us, with which to view heaven and hell regarding man's passing over onto the other side? Mancharians, as we have said before, death is not so much a fact of, but an embodiment of fictional imagination. Here we apply the term metamorphoses, such as a butterfly coming out of a cocoon, changing from a caterpillar perhaps. You do have those crawling around. Now you must understand and heavily speak to your people, that death is not a matter of, as they would term it, going to one place or going to another. For all that is within the mind, thought patterns, or projection, if you believe you have done many negative things within your lifetime, and this is where your mind is projected, then you may face those demons of yourself as a lesson. Not a lesson to frighten the entity, once he passes into his metamorphic condition and flies into another space of time, we could put it in your words, but rather that he would come to a realization of the attributes or disattributes, of which he must now work on. It is much like sitting in front of a council, who brings out the errors of that entity's ways. Errors being here not in the terminology in your dictionaries, but rather those things to still be worked on and performed as lessons. And in order to often get a clear picture as you would show a child, if the child performs with anger and knocks his glass of milk over, you would show him a picture show of knocking his glass of milk over in anger, and then you would ask him, how does this look to him? The consciousness of man will undoubtedly and ultimately in one era or the other come to the terms, that such behavior is not conducive to his or her growth pattern. And once they come to realize this, then their negative aspect changes into the positive, and up they go, as you would put it, onto another rung, having learned their lesson. Director: Thank you. Fantastic. Christianity talks a lot about sin and the need for forgiveness. Would you please clarify these terms? How do they fit in with the reality that you are telling us about? Mancharians, sin here is another misdemeanor. In an effort to explain, we will begin by telling you that there is no such word in the dictionary of the Alphas 27 planet. The reason being here, and this has often been instrumental in the relaying down of your information from your hierarchy of your religious systems down through the gullets of the gullible, and that is simply the concept of extreme badness, going even and prolonging the sadness of grave error. But here we have a duality, if you will, of both, negative and positive karma interacting with one another and upon one another, vice versa or whatever. Your terminology certainly is extracted from the negative qualities in order to, rather, harangue the people? Director: Indeed, that sin terminology is the one Christian and other religious people use a lot. Mancharians, in an effort to keep one another down, much akin to having your neighbor, and feeling badly about yourself one day, or perhaps it is an inflation of ego, but more perhaps it would stem from the feeling of inadequacy, and therefore you go and ask your neighbor to lay down, that you may step on him, that you may reach the second rung. Well, fortunately it does not work that way in other spheres. We do not step one upon the other. And this is precisely what your religious fundamentalist systems do, they keep the person trodden down in an effort to step themselves up onto a rung. But they will find one day, that, once they reach the top of their ladder, there is no place else to go. Heavy karma rains down upon those, who so dutifully and knowingly harbor the souls of their congregations of the brotherhood, of which they are supposed to be, even at this level. They must come to the realization that not all of their facts are truth. Proceed please. Director: Thank you. Is there a moral code or standard of ethics recognized by all societies of the universe? And if there is, can you describe that code of behavior for us? Mancharians: Indeed. We can describe this code of behavior and the essence of what it is and all your questions intact within one word. The word hereby being one. The oneness, you see, being of all, will not allow for any insulating practices or insulating layers, upon which any negativity or strife or frustration or any of those attributes are founded upon. The one body of which we all are, joining with the Creator, and here, even joining is a misconception in its own right because we are the Creator. How can you join with that which you are? And yet in the other aspect or perception, those that are fragmented, we instruct to join with themselves. Depending on the height or progress of your evolutionary understanding, certain words are subject to performing their best duty within alternate planes. If you have an infrastructure, for example, do you not recommend that it all stay glued together in perfect harmony in every aspect? You could not have the clay crumbling after the sun dried it out and the mud falling out. Even foundations have more sense than that. And who indeed builds the foundations but mankind? So take heart and tell your people to take heart, for they have progressed to learn to build the proper foundations for themselves. Therefore they must have within themselves the gracious mentality to understand the concept of oneness and not coming unglued at the seams, as so many of you do. Director, can we sum up what you have just said, by the words do unto your brother as you would want your brother do unto you? Mancharians, that is a very interesting concept. This concept indeed, we can see, comes from much higher levels of consciousnesses. In an effort to make you understand our amusement, it would be the best to say to you, that it would almost be to us dangerous for your people to follow that rule, observing how each of you treat yourselves. I am not sure I would want my brother to be treated the same way. Perhaps when your level of understanding and unity has grown many evolutions, maybe then perhaps it may be wise to perform under that law. But for now it may be best to leave your brother out of it, until you get yourself in order. But that does not mean to not be kind. Whenever you find that compassion and kindness permeates out of your soul structure, by all means offer him a glass of milk with a smile, but remember, do not place the arsenic in it, because you had a bad day yesterday and felt to end it all. Director, thank you. I hope you don't mind a little bit of repetition. Some questions are somewhat similar, and you may have already answered it. What would be your advice to all mankind for them to most effectively break down their fragmentation and achieve true brotherhood-type unity? Mancharians, we see this does present a problem to you and perhaps to your people. Again, we will be willing to respond. You must first, and here we will try to spell it out, and to do a better job in doing so, you must sit still, perhaps by a tree or somewhere where it is quiet and relaxing and warm sun over the soul. And then you must look up to the sky and put your head back and slowly close your eyes and just feel the sun's rays or the rain's gentle pattern, whichever you prefer, it is of no consequence here. But the idea is to relax and first experience the consciousness of Mother Nature and of Mother Earth herself, from which Mother Nature permeates out of. And then show yourself to be worthy unto your own God self. For you are the Creator as well. And this concept must be understood by you and your people, in order that you will grow. Secondly, when you become one in harmony with the earth and with nature, which is all again one and the same, then simply open your mind and look around with eyes, which are not of a physical nature. We see what the universe is telling you. All you have to do is ask. Do you think if you ask, you will be given a comet to come down and hit you on the head? Of course not. You will receive back from the universe what you put in. Do not think for one moment, when one tells you, whatever you put in you receive back tenfold or 100-fold just because you simply did one thing. No, if you receive at any time 10 or 100-fold or 1,000,000-fold etc., you get our point. It is because of many generations of your being deemed down here on the lower planets and again on the higher levels of consciousnesses for certain lessons in other incarnations. And for these reasons at this point, in what you would refer as time, do specific things come back to you 10, or 100 or 1,000,000,000 or 1,000,000,000,000-fold. However you may guarantee it to be. You have just guaranteed it and provided for yourself these things over many lifetimes. Always have, and here we do not like to use the word structured, but in your cases we believe structured would be implemented as a most positive goal for you. What we are saying is simply this: have a structured concept or question. Make sure it is viable and as truth-bearing as you can, and think on it and meditate, and contemplate as you have suggested. You feel yourself that this would be a good implementation to the process of your growth and continuing evolution. You are so right in this category. We only wish you understood yourself, how right you were. And this would be an excellent idea to perform for yourself, and for your people to understand, indeed, to follow in these words of ours. For when you put out and meditate and contemplate upon a certain question and you relax and wait for the response to come to you, it most surely will. Maybe not the first time or the second time that you meditate and send it out to the universe as you put it, but eventually the answer will come. It all depends how serious you are for yourself, for your own conscious growth. For whatever is put out will indeed be returned in a most gracious and gratifying and sometimes surprising manner. One which you could not avoid. It may not come perfectly in words in your mind. It may come as examples. It may come as categories of analogies, for instance. But here we have seen many, who have benefited from conducting long hours research upon their words. Director, I suppose what you just said will be most beneficial to mankind's spiritual growth. Mancharians, man is as a dot. There is another dot. He must learn to reach the second dot to join with himself. For how, once he has reached the second dot, and the second dot has joined with himself, and he sees other dots, how can they swim across the river to him, without connecting with their own dots? Prove the dots in instance, in allegory expression, as a man across a river. He sees other men and women across the river. He needs to cross over to that river, or higher dimension, or perhaps the other side of the river is still on his earth plane. Does he not need a boat? Does he not need to put his essence into his higher self? So finally he sees the boat. He needs to get into the boat. Once he is connected with the boat, then he may row to the other side, and connect with those who have already connected. Then there is no need again for climbing into the boat to go back, because he will never need to go back to that shore. He will be a strictly contemporary, there's a new word, form of evolutionary influence and existence, and above all, experience. Once you have progressed to the 13th grade in your schools, for instance, need it be necessary to go back into grade 9? Director, no. Mancharians, proceed at your discretion. Director, yes. Thank you. There is much cruelty by man towards animals in general. Where do animals fit into the overall scheme of things, and how ought to man view an animal in order to treat it with the respect it deserves? Mancharians, here again, the whole point seems to be rather neglected or missed. It seems to be, as we have said, a stumbling block, which is not our intention at worst. Man is animal. Animal is man. Man is comet. Man is the grasses and the trees. Man is the substances, is houses, and universities and workplaces are made up of man. Man is water. Man is glycerin and carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Do you understand? Man is a creation of all that permeates the universe. In easy terms then, or similar terms, we would simply explain it like this: the atom was the beginning. And here we explain in these simple words for your understandings. Let us begin with a small dot. The small dot becomes bigger and bigger, until it becomes one huge molecule. Then from the molecule, atoms hew out of it in every direction. These all contain the very essence of any known or unknown substance. No matter what it is, that is somewhat irrelevant at this point. The point we make here is all matter is made of light. The light forces, the curvature light, which surrounds and impedes and permeates your blackness of nothingness, as you call it. All this light is taken and formed, because the light is the life essence, which is all taken and formed and then is categorized and fragmented into different substances, such as we spoke of nitrogen and glycerin and water and air and what have you. Every compound and every aspect of physics and aspects, which have not been yet discovered of physics. But as the scientists do evolve in their spiritual understanding, so will they evolve in their technical understanding, for it must grow at a similar pace in order to be the most effective, without damaging their reputations and the reputation of life upon the Earth planets. Remember, the Earth planets form dualities. This is not indeed then the only third-dimensional planet. Director, there are more, I believe. Mancharians, indeed, we have many dualities, as we have stated before. Some have two others, one on each side, such as the molecules in expanding, and the theories of atoms and molecules, and how they seem to be set up on some professors' desks as explaining their lineage to one another and their effectiveness, and therefore they put them on long thin pins. It is such as that, and this is what creates such large, in your perspective, universes. This is the simple method and reason universes cannot be measured. And they are always growing, because dualities never cease to form. So when you even have a star going nova, know immediately there is another to replace it, for what blows up must be created, and here is the law of duality at work within the physical sphere of your own eyes. Director, thank you. Wonderful. You may have partially answered my next question. We have been told that even some crystalline rock formations contain intelligence and consciousness. Can you explain that for us? Mancharians, indeed. With much delight. The crystallines or the solid rock formations, which you may find outside your doors, no matter which it may be, whether be trees or bushes or rocks, all are formed with the spirit of the creation. Do you understand? Here we have the oneness. All life is permeated through all essence. And taking you back again into where the atom grew into the huge molecule, and then it all branched out and spewed out little atoms all over, which fragmented after their initial splintering in order to gather experience. And to gather the essence of what the creation is, and to bring back the different experiences. Much like building your own town and watching it grow and observing the life within it, whether it be people or animals or plants, whatever. Your consciousness, the creation, gave birth. When you give birth, do you have one dead and one alive? No, not necessarily. And here we are not talking about stillborns, because stillborns are not children, which are dead at all. Stillborns simply did not have the life essence in them in the first place, as far as spirit entities, so they never died as you put it, because they never left the life. And even so, the body of the stillborn child permeates with the life essence. For you see, this concept your people must learn at all cost, nothing is without consciousness. Everything is alive. Every blade of grass, every rock, all things are living. Perhaps the crystalline entities have been chosen, because man is so enumerated with it, if that is a correct word in your terminology. They are fascinated with the sparkle and the beauty of it, and therefore, as man believes, and he is correct on this aspect. But here we have another duality, for man believes he is the only beautiful creature in the universe. And now he has actually found another beautiful creature, one who matches up into the likeness of himself for beauty, and this is why he has chosen the crystalline entities. If he would only know that the poor dull heavy rock beside him, which people kick around, are just as full of the life and the light of which it was made, as mankind himself, and of the beautiful crystalline entity. Such sorrows to realize man's true conceitedness. Director, thank you. Here again, you may have already answered my next question. But it has a little different twist. We have also been informed that this planet, Earth, is a living entity with intelligence and consciousness. If that is so, should we not be able to talk to Mother Earth like we communicate with any other living being? Mancharians, communicating with any being, whether it be of a compound structure, whether it be of gaseous flavor, whether it be with higher souls on different planes, it all depends on you. It all depends on your level of standard of consciousness. It is not, whether the earth, or those of higher planes can communicate with you. That is not the question. The question is, if you have not connected yet, or joined, as we will use that word expressly, with the higher portion of your consciousness, then how, pray tell, can you speak with anybody, much less yourselves? Director, thank you. Well explained. Will our contact with your civilization be terminated after these books have been completed, or will you remain available for periodic casual contacts? Mancharians, we are not as you would term as casual beings, whereby we come and go at your whim. We are the Mancharians. We have come to perform a work. We have come to do our duty for you and your people, you understand? However, this entity does hold the key of all life and all secret of death, as you term it, and is able at any time to activate into that wholeness, or that oneness, that highest of creation. In an effort to expand and to pull up and for the good and the health of that entity, who does so subject into reigning within higher realms, rather than placing upon more grounded plane while placed on the earth plateau. However, it is necessary before activation of the key, to be clear and to be clean at all times in spirit and consciousness and mind without guile to the extreme. Danger could occur if this were not kept and held the case. There must be no condemnation of others, and here the entity, we feel, understands this vastly. Our concepts of your words indeed will not be found in your dictionaries. Director, all right. This planet Earth houses approximately 6.5 billion souls, which have reincarnated here through the birthing process. We are told these souls have gone through series of several hundred or several thousand life streams. Can you please explain by what mechanism a brand new spirit or entity with consciousness is being created, which then in turn qualifies for its very first incarnation? Mancharians, firstly, interesting question. There are no new entities. Can this be rationally understood by you and your people? Director, yes. Mancharians, we do wish for you to elaborate henceforth just as to what your point is. Director, the point is, a soul entity would have to have a beginning. Is there a beginning? Are there new spirits being created, or are they all undergoing a succession of life streams or incarnations? Mancharians, and here we would say to you, do you remember the law of dualities, or has this quickly escaped your consciousness? You see, there really is no beginning and there is no ending, for everything just keeps going and going around. For when you, as you say, are at the beginning or whether you're at the end permeates the beginning all over again, but higher and more glorious. For instance, we will explain it this way in order to give a satisfactory answer for you and your people, the Creator when. Let's go again to the concept for yourselves of the big molecule spitting out all the atoms. The atoms are fragmented, are they not? They splinter off from the Creator as thoughts to go out, and in their duality, to multiply. Was this not given as a reasonable encouragement, not commandment, to man, an encouragement to multiply? Man was simply asked to remember his duality. When you bear children, or when you are the father that plants the seed in the womb, are you not creating dualities of yourselves? Director, yes. Mancharians, indeed. And as that duality grows and becomes father or mother, do they not expandiate dualities upon themselves? Do they not grow in wisdom and knowledge and character? And even though they may make, what you term, as mistakes or errors or negative choices, do they not grow and expand and learn? Director, indeed. Mancharians, precisely. Then this is our point, the point of procreation is simply the law of duality, though many do not understand this. Here we show you an evident example, how our words are not in your dictionaries. And as the dualities evolve, so do you evolve. And now for the explanation. Please listen carefully for you and your people, for we feel this is a very important and exacting point. The dualities then, which you have created as a father, have they a beginning or did they come out of you? Where precisely was their beginning? Did you not come from another, and finally back to the Creator? Director, yes. Mancharians, then would it indeed be a new spirit? Director, no. Mancharians, proceed. Director, all right, this is our last question we have for tonight. Why do we not remember our earlier incarnations? Why the veil of forgetfulness? Mancharians, this is a reasonably accurate and conscientious question, and relatively just as simple to answer for the understanding of you and your people. The reason you do not remember is, you have no contact with your higher self, who has all the knowledge of the incarnations of past or present. You see, filament within your coding in your DNA patterns are all the remembrances. But here, in order to activate those remembrances you need a key, you need a turn-on in order to activate this. You are much like a vehicle. The higher self is much like a gaseous content, or shall we say, heavier in stature. You put the gas, resembling the higher self, into the vehicle which is your body, and what happens? You turn the key on and it works. It would be wonderful for all of your people to work. It would be, and here we perform a little of our humor in a most kindly and loving form, it would be like working with all the gaskets and spark plugs. Director, indeed. Well, thank you ever so kindly. We are so grateful for you to come and answer all these many questions of ours, and for your patience. And since we don't have any more for tonight, I wish to close off this session. Mancharians, that is regrettable. We do enjoy this. We felt that we had only begun for this evening. But we must take into consideration, we suppose here, that we do not have the essence of time as you have it. In our realms, you must understand, from our viewpoint as well, no time has passed. We feel we have just answered the first question. We are the Mancharians. We have come to perform our duties. We expect many questions. We must go longer on certain sessions, we do believe. Director, we have many more questions for you, I can assure that. Thank you very much. Mancharians, in the God consciousness of the Creator, of which we are, of which you are, we bid you holy blessings, as you would term it. Good night. Director, thank you. Good night. Session 5. Sunday, May 14, 1995, 8 p.m. Mancharians, greetings. Director, greetings to you as well. Are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universal mind of the creation? Mancharians, we are the Mancharians and have dutifully come to prove ourselves of a significant nature unto the needs of you and your people. Director, thank you for this identification. We have prepared ourselves with more questions for tonight, which I believe you are delighted to provide answers to. Mancharians, indeed we are the Mancharians. We have come with a duty to perform with yourselves at this time in your time sequence as you know it. Director, yes. Thank you. Let me ask you this first question for tonight. You have stated earlier, you have come not only to assist us in our evolution, but also to tell us of your own evolution for our benefit. How did you evolve? What were your evolutionary steps to become what you are now? Mancharians, indeed. A very gratifying question at best. Did we not, do you think, step through the same loops or rungs on the way to our evolutionary conquest thus far then? As we have prior submitted to you and your people, we did preside in what you would call the cave technology. That, of course, simply means, we did start at the beginning in our progression of experiences. You must understand, each atom, that is being hewn out of the molecular structure of the creation, must take all necessary preliminary steps and not only for the experience to be taken back into the creation, but the experience of that, single at the time, when it does separate or splinter off into fragments, in order that that single atom would gain all the experiences and perform its own conquest back into the creation. For without the same experiences, as goes back to the creation, then how would one progress to the point of being the creation and being the universe, in order to send more little atoms of itself out to begin all over again? And here we have the progress of man, even on the lower planes, and especially starting or beginning on the lower essences, for that other duality must also be experienced. So here you do have experience on both sides of the coin. In order that man progress, he must learn his lessons. And he must learn them well to correct any error, could we say, and to shine him as you would buff a diamond with the clear cutting particles. And then the dust of the diamond, which still retains the positiveness, does fragment itself in with the negativeness of other aspects. And here creating a duality again in an alternate universal structure. So here we have again the progression in steps. And once you do make the final step up toward the higher realms, you will find that your process has greatly accelerated. Not by any means that you will find yourself at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, in the creation as a whole, with the whole of the knowing and whole of the understanding. But going back here again, we do allude to the fact, that many of those, who seem not to have progressed as well as others, do not be harsh within judgment. And this is why we state do not judge one another, because many of those who sit even with you around your tables, when you visit with perhaps your friends or your neighbors or strangers or acquaintances. You must remember, that many of these have fragmented off at different times, and have not lived, as you call it, as long as you have. Actually it is not in the living, but in the experiencing. They have not experienced for the length of time the amount of lessons, they have just not attained, because there is here not the amount of, and here we use again, on your timeline. So in other words, to recap for the understanding of you and your people, we would tell you, that many that are on your earth plane, were splintered off, and not from the first splintering off the creation or the creator, which is one with itself, but rather splintered off those who have already completed their journey and become universes and creators, as one with the total body of the creator. And those are the ones, and even though you find them sitting by you, do not judge them harshly, for they have not put in the time element that you perhaps have. Director, thank you. What I meant when I said, can you please relay to us your own evolutionary steps was simply this. Would you be willing to share with us some historical milestones of your own evolutionary process? Mancharians, here, what you call steps we will exchange into our linguistics as experiences. You must understand, that this is a pronounced fact, that all experiences they are the things which relate to the height of your evolutionary process. There is not one step, that you have taken that we have not brought back to the creation in experiences. Director, all right. As far as this planet Earth is concerned and the civilizations which have come and gone, I wonder if you can please give us an overview of the Earth's history or evolution, if you will, including a description of civilizations as they have come and gone? Mancharians, and here again you do wish to dispute or rather concur with the history lesson, when we do know so much has been written by the brethrenhood of our choices, is it not? Director, yes. Obviously you do not wish to go into historical details. Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. We have come to perform a duty to bring all truth of the universal concepts, as you would have it, those truths, which are not often asked and not often understood by you and your people as well as people from other cultures. Director, all right. We will go back on track now with our questions. Do we possess a multitude of etheric bodies, and if so, what substances are they made up of? Mancharians, the etheric bodies, and there we have a most wonderful question, are made of various colors. The reason they are made of colors is that they are made up of the pure essence of light. You have radiation, however, of a term of which you have little understanding, for there is the positive as well as the negative, which is so often used down on your planet. The spark of life is the very light, the very curvature colors, which give your etheric bodies proportionate evolutionary conquest over, should we say, the partitions of time. They are not stopped or hindered in any way from going dimension to dimension, for as you see, time and light are all the same. The speed of light, you have heard this concept often, have you not? The speed of light is what transforms the vibrations into higher frequencies, and so breaks down the barriers of dimension, and for this reason the etheric or that portion of the etheric, the astral body, for if you took the whole etheric body, while doing astral traveling, then would not the physical body die, as you call it, and rot away, for there then would not be sufficient spark of life to keep it alive? Director, yes. We are told there is a silver cord which connects the astral body to our physical one for that not to happen. Mancharians, indeed. Director, some people say, we have more than one etheric body. Is that so? Mancharians, indeed, you do have 3 to 5, depending on your progress. And here you must understand, they are for different uses. You do have one, which is the inside casing, or the physical body, which is the life stream to keep the body working and feeding it with life. Encased inside of that you have the astral, which of course, you can use conductively, we would suppose and encourage and hope, for the progression of your consciousness, for the expansion of our doubt. Then indeed you have the last one, which is almost the most precious, for it is contained and built of solid light. And here you could not see the rays of light in being different colors. They are so wrought together with such intensity, they glow a white color, very very bright. And this body indeed will show to bestow our pupil that which is the highest in the consciousness of that particular level or plane or dimension or frequency. But that will be the transforming element to permeate throughout the other bodies in the changing attire. Director, it amazes me over and over again, how we can have more than one etheric body, and yet in this life be so completely unaware of it. Mancharians, let us perhaps explain it in simplified terms. It is much like taking a glove which is the physical body. Then you put your hand in the glove which is the etheric body. The hand here symbolizing the life inside the glove. Inside the hand you have the veins, you have the meat and the bones. So here the veins bring through the life. Do they not? And in the veins the blood runs cool blue. Director, all right. I guess it's the life in the hand that makes the glove move. Mancharians, precisely. And here you have the meat inside the skin. So depending on the evolvement of the body, depends on the etheric bodies for what they can do and for what has different duties, as you grow more and more into the higher understanding. Can you at all begin to imagine, how many bodies you actually work with? For they will one day be splintered off and put into fragments to begin new the rebirthing process. Director, that's an amazing thought, because it would lead us numerically into infinity, would it not? Mancharians, infinity is not a concept. It is a fact. You are most correct in your elaborations. Director, okay. You mentioned each individual is a trinity within himself or herself. How does this trinity work within a person or individual? Mancharians, it is so interesting we find at this point, after listening to many questions from you and your people that believing God as they call it, to be a trinity within himself, and yet not realizing that they, being gods themselves, perform a trinity unto themselves. This question is exceedingly simple in this case. Man being a fragmented focus of himself, and here we will explain it in these terms, because you have the male fragmented portion, and because you have the female fragmented portion of the same person or individual, and here above you have the higher self, is that not so? So here is the trinity of man, you have the male, the female, and the higher consciousness, which brings it all together. The higher consciousness being the God or the Godhead, with the male being the Son on one side and the spirit being of the female, giving life on the other. Director, thank you. How can man overcome his ego in totality when he is fragmented not only here on earth, but also in other dimensions? Mancharians, man in essence here is embodied of two parts, is embodied of his consciousness or higher self or godhood or Godhead, whichever word you may term it. We graciously offer to you this understanding, but because of the duality always being ego, which is kept at the higher levels, we fish for a word here in an alternative universe, as which you would look through as a looking glass, as we would have it. Director, so how then can man best overcome his ego? Mancharians, in order to overcome as in your conceptions is to get rid of in complete totality, is it not? Director, yes. Mancharians, this is never strictly done. Here what is meant, as it was brought down from the masters centuries and centuries ago, was simply to affirm to the people to gather with their higher selves, and to join with one another, because this would throw the negativity into altered ego dimensions, such like being in a pyramid, and connecting with your higher self, which could be alluded to as the crystal with the sapphire on the top. And up through there then, as you sit right under the beautiful crystalline entity, the ego or the altered portion of your consciousness goes up through the top of the pyramid, so therefore no longer connecting with you as to your focus at that time on that dimension, for your primary focus then would be on the growth pattern of the positive. Not that you would forget entirely the lessons of the negative, because that would prove to be in the extreme nature. And as we have stated before, to not know evil or negativeness or badness or any of those lessons would simply diminish the goodness and the joy. Director: Yes. Thank you. We hope this book will be read by many readers of traditional Christian extraction, many of which would wish to know your definition of Spirit of God, even at the peril that yours will be different from their long-held view. Mancharians, here again, the Spirit of God, as they perceive it, we believe, is God being one, like one big Father, and here having a Son on the other hand, and here on the right hand having the Holy Spirit, as we have said before. God or the creation cannot be separated from the Spirit, for the Spirit is God, is the creation, is the Creator. It is all one and cannot be separated. But in order for them to have a complete understanding, for they speak of it as being one, do they not? And yet in their minds they see it on a triangle. Well, in an effort to apply then reason unto their understandings, we would simply say, that what the creation or the Creator is, permeates through all, they are as much made up of spirit as they are made up of pure light, is that not so? As the creation or the Creator, which are all one, as the trees and the plants and the animals, there is nothing to differentiate between the creation, Son, Spirit, Mancharians, all are the same, mankind. Spirit is what makes everything rotate, what makes everything work. It is the gas in the tank, it is the lubricant over the gaskets. Director: There is another concept very much prevailing in the arena of churches, and that is the concept of forgiveness. It seems to be a good virtue. Can you elaborate please on the need or lack thereof for forgiveness? Mancharians: In order to forgive one another, an individual must first understand what forgiveness is. Now, if he has not learned as yet how to love himself, how can he learn to forgive himself? And again, if this cannot be practiced within his own soul and heart and dimension, then how can he possibly propose to teach or perform it upon another? Director: That's right. I believe they pull here a misconception into existence, one which they call the atonement, where the shedding of someone's blood is to atone for another's sins. Can you elaborate, please? Mancharians: That is a concept of your people, which is totally illogical, for it is based upon their principle of sacrificing. And what again is to sacrifice? Is it not the selfishness of the people? The reason we state the word selfishness is performed in your dictionary is for the purpose, that if they were truly unselfish, they would find ways to abbreviate their errors, and take their errors away, or work off their errors, which is their karma, is it not? But in their minds, because of being lazy and selfish in this aspect, they wish that another would do it for them, thereby detaining their growth, and prolonging in their agony within their lesson-structured barriers. Also the habit of drinking blood, they pour as red wine, do they not? This in its essence is illogical, is it not, for blood is blue. Director: Can you please explain to us what the Akashic records are and how they work? Mancharians: Indeed. This again is a muchly sought after but simple concept. The DNA coding within each individualist is proceeded upon by activation of higher self, which, as we have stated before, contains and is in fact the key. The coding, as you pass through each lesson from, what you would term the beginning, as we term rebirth, the start of your lessons upward on your journey. Those are all coded in on your DNA patterns as the helixes are joined up, which are simply the steps of consciousnesses, through dimensions, as they are joined one dimension at a time. This is why you find some with more helixes joined together than other people, all depending upon their steps of conscious endeavor, and what plane they have achieved, and what vibration, and what they are doing with it, if anything. Do you understand? Director: Not entirely, because the way I view the Akashic records is, this medium here has been given the right to enter the records in behalf of other people either by herself or through another entity, and yet she sees the events of that individual unfolding before her eyes as if in a movie, with herself being the invisible observer. How can that concept be reconciled with what you just said regarding DNA coding in our cellular structure? Mancharians, simply because, and here let us begin again from the beginning, each individual, as they begin their lessons and perform lifetime after lifetime, each of those lifetimes is encoded in their DNA. As they progress onward and are far enough in their evolutionary growth, then the helixes begin to be rejoined up. Those who have already progressed to the point where the majority of the helixes are rehooked up or have not ever been unhooked. And there it is a different story. Here we are dealing with dualities of consciousnesses again, but that is for another topic at another day. To get back to our topic then, those who have the helixes rehooked up almost into finality for their conscious growth at that particular time in that particular type of body, have earned the right, and that is simply because they have already connected. In an effort then to help their fellow man, as you put it, they have the ability and have performed the connection. When you perform the connection into full consciousness, do you not think that you have connected with the essence of the universe, with the conscious minds of those others? And do you not believe then at that time that you have connected, where you can tap into the universal resources, that you cannot help the down troops, who have not proceeded to that effort yet? Director, I see. So then there is a definite link between the DNA and to what degree it is connected and the visual images that appear before the person, who is seeking out information of the past. Mancharians, indeed, for it is written, as below, so above, and vice versa. Once you connect with the so above, can you not connect with the so below? Is it not harder to connect with the so above than the so below? The DNA, which is structured, or rather the body structured from the DNA, is simply a housing station for all the memories intact. This is in essence what you are made up of at that point. We are not discriminating between the DNA coding, the helixes or the light, for the light in totality is the full essence. It is similar then to having coding on a disk, a relay of information to bring back into the creation. Director, and yet the records are sacred to the point where access can only be obtained with permission of individuals concerned. Is that so? Mancharians, the access by permission is simply because of those who perform it to the level of being able to activate the records, are filled and work on the laws and principles of integrity, for without integrity you would not attain to that level, or even close to it, because you have integrity, you go by the understanding, which is built into your own DNA and system and understanding and consciousnesses. And those consciousnesses of others, which you tap into, because of that integrity, one would not even consider going into the records of another, to intrude upon that person's or individual's privacy. It is not so much the records cannot be accessed. They can, but integrity dictates they will not. And as you find even in progression and elevation of evolution, should you break those own laws, which are so a part of you or integrated into a very soul consciousness and spirit divine, that you would severely bring much karma upon yourself and hinder your growth. But as we have said before, when you attain to such levels, you would not conceivably even think of it, never mind partaking. Director, will we be evacuated in spaceships or have our physical bodies transformed into light bodies? How are we to expect things to be wrapped up? Mancharians, this is an interesting debate, we notice, upon your planet. Here we are not dealing so much with the craft or with bodily changes, as you see it. We deal with neither, and yet we deal with both. Here again we have a duality of purpose. We're dealing with one word here. We're dealing with the word frequency. As light is brought down and truth is given back up, so then do the frequencies change. When the frequencies change, you indeed do see, what you would perform to be as bowls of light or ships for evacuational purposes. At the time however of the bodily transformations, and here is another interesting aspect, for the body, we know you have been told, will be changed as in the twinkling of an eye, and there will be no more disease, and the body will appear as beautiful and gratifying unto the spirit of the creation. And this is where the very third, in your cases, or inside etheric bodies. And remember we have told you about the eternal glowing white light that is within each of you. For having this activated, will activate the essences in the other bodies including the outer physical body or glove, and as that is motivated, you will find that, as you are taken up off this planet, there will be no trouble, because the molecular structure will be aberrated, or subjoined within another. What we mean to say in your words then, it will meld within one another. The etheric body will become the physical and the physical the etheric. And there will be a changing of atoms and molecules, into the perfect shape of your desire, still retaining the etheric quality of substance. So therefore, because you will be released in that form and fashion, and because of purity of heart, taken up into the capsules, you will see, that it is not really operations that the ship's councils may do, though here again they have evolved to the point where they are well equipped in many areas. But it is through the self-transformation of yourselves. Director, I see. That is very interesting. I in my own life have noticed, that the more awareness I develop of truth and reality around me, the more I would draw those truths and realities to myself. Is that so? Mancharians, indeed. For reaching for the stars is not without a price. It also is not without a limit. There is no barrier you cannot find yourself to break through. For astral travel at your level is always possible and should be implemented as often as you can find time, because this is the consciousness of your growth and expansion. This is a gift, really, as you could call it, for certain steps of evolutionary process. This you have earned. And this you should use. If you earn $10, would you not indeed feel free to use it? Or would you bury it under your bed covers and leave it there, thinking that one day perhaps you'll use it? Meanwhile you lie and starve. Director, can you give some advice as to what people should do in order to learn this technique of astral travel? Mancharians, it is not so much here a process of learning astral travel. It's a process of being. You need to again sit quietly and connect with your higher self. But this isn't ultimately necessary, for you do have the cord, and the cord goes into different directions. It is a pull and push effect and a balancing act does it do upon the body with the etheric body and the higher self. But here you need to get in touch again with Mother Earth. You need to get in touch again with who you are. For how can you go on exploration in a boat if you don't even know who you are? And most people, do they not like to take somebody with them? And those somebodies would say we're going on a long trip. And who are you going on a long trip with? Others ask. We don't know. He doesn't know who he is yet. Conglomerate the facts, and make sense of them and implement them and begin by taking the $10 out from under your cover and begin using it before you starve yourself. Proceed please. Director, thank you. There are many people in the New Age or psychic world, who resort to techniques like astrology, tarot cards, psychic endeavors of any description, Reiki techniques, and so on. What comments can you make on these kinds of human endeavor, as they reach out for their objectives or goals? Mancharians, here again we have the concept of techniques, always beneficial. And here you must remember, that we say again, do not judge others on their doings, for there are those who are not as evolved as others, and those which take their steps and use their tools. Why, for instance there is one farmer in one country take a hoe, dig little holes and plant seeds, while another farmer in another country takes a tractor with the plows and rakes. And another combine and he does his farming in that way. You see, seeds are planted in different ways. But no matter how it is planted, is not the outcome, that is so important? At least these people are stepping out and spending their money so to speak, as which we did speak of earlier. That is simply, you must understand here, their way of attaining. They have a path, each one, to go, and it is hopefully the straight and narrow. And here by the straight and narrow we simply mean the path, which takes the most work without having the most pits in it all the time, though pits too are for our growth, you must understand. So here again, it is the road that lies in front of you, and how do you get up on that road? Well, you get up either by walking, or by car, or perhaps you fly above the road in one of your antique contraptions. But what is the purpose, what is the goal here, and what is important? Is it not to get to the end of the road? Director, indeed. Mancharians, precisely. Proceed. Director, earlier you alluded to your intent of speaking on the subject matter of duality of consciousnesses. Can you elaborate on it now, please? Mancharians, the duality of consciousnesses. In an effort to make you understand, and here we haven't possibly covered enough topics leading up to it, however we will try in our way to explain to you and your people, that alternative consciousness is simply picturing yourself in higher dimensions, when you attain those levels, within a medium of, and here we fish again for the proper word, altered dimensions, I believe? In any case, there is, as looking through a looking glass here, where the focus will be designed mainly on a caricature of what you were doing precisely at that moment. And look at the division of the consciousness from the positive to the aspect, as the consciousness, being the one creator, and the negative being as fragments of it. And therefore the sole focus would not be in fragments, because it would be too dispersed, but rather the consciousness of the positive at that time would be so glued together and so in whole totality, that it would predominate over the fragmented efforts of the other half, as you could put it, of the duality. Director, all right. That are all the questions we have for you this evening. Mancharians, we do thank you. We have achieved our purpose here tonight with the efforts of your compliances. We are the Mancharians, we do bid your people a loving farewell at this point in their evolutionary process then. Good night. Session 6. Tuesday, May 16, 1995, 6:40 p.m. Mancharians, we are the Mancharians. Greetings. Director, greetings. Are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universal mind of the creation? Mancharians, indeed. We are the universal oneness, for we are the creators. Director, it is a pleasure to have you with us again. We have prepared ourselves with a host of questions to place before you for answers. There is an understanding which says, there are no victims, there are only volunteers. In light of what is happening to approximate 98% of this planet's population, this statement appears to be false, as the people have virtually all fallen victim to authoritarian powers of exploitation and brutality. Can you please explain, to what degree the above quotation is true? Mancharians, interesting again, your concepts of you and your people. Victims indeed are the procuring fact of inefficient behavioral patterns within societal structure. Now, how is that for a quim quam? Or rather, as we related here, the epic source of what you would call victims do not indeed actually exist. For you must understand, that all who do step into bodily essence at the time of their betrayal to themselves, by being on a rather offend or negative plane at that time for the experiences of negative possibilities, only prove to subject themselves from volunteer status into victimhood, as you would call it. But again, to put it into easier terms, and to leave off the technology during this program, we would simply explain it as the following: those who come down into birthhood through the mother and father complex, would and do need to prove themselves as to this evolutionary conduct of theirs, for this is where they reign on this plane. You see, the volunteer aspect is the progressive and positive quality that they had brought with them, but also with them have they brought much baggage, which is of the negative etheric solution. And here it may be somewhat mistaken as victims. Or here we have the duality of the positive and the negative, and of the good karma and of the bad or negative karma coming here to call them to task. Though this would seem not to be of their own doing, remember in previous topics and subjects we have alluded and tried to make you and your people understand, that each one or each character entity which does come down through the birthing process, has attributed to itself those negative as well as positive thoughts, which have gone out. So everything in actuality that they hear, whether they be babes or whether they be not, even the babes hear, though they do not understand in character the words of the adults, do pick up the essences and duplicate them, as they are a duplication of the adults, and prove a duality unto their thoughts, to put out into the universe and indeed on the planet, or residing plane. Director, are we then to say that those, who become victims on this planet, which is by far the vast majority of the population, are actually deserving of the treatment they get? Mancharians, we here do not say deserving nor undeserving, for we do not switch or we do not cut our words, nor do we twist them. All we're saying here in actuality is, that it is the belonging essence of each individual, who comes down through the birthing process, to be responsible and indeed is responsible for many of the negative thoughts or caricatures, which go out. And, of course, what goes out always does boomerang back and sometimes feels to hit the individual harder than necessary at times. The progression of each individual, concerning whether be victimhood or volunteer, and here again, you have your dualities. These concepts are very seldom thought of and brought about in essence of intellectual understanding by you and your people. Has anybody ever alluded to the fact, that they're looking at a simple duality here and to figure out the essence and the application of it? Proceed. Director: all right. There are many factors interfering with what we really want to be or want to become. Speaking in terms of physical as well as emotional accomplishment, to what degree can we indeed be in control of our own destiny? Mancharians, indeed. A perfect question for your people. Each individual is indeed in control of his own destiny and none other. The reason, of course, that we suspect you ask this has everything to do with this concept of victimhood, is it not? Director: yes. We're all aspiring for physical and emotional well-being, something we cannot accomplish as victims. Mancharians, this entirely depends here again, on the individual. Whether or not he has brought with him an amount of baggage, or whether or not he has accomplished or conquered many feats in the previous or the future lifetimes to extract that karma and leave it behind, as you would a dead soda, or rather flat, where the bubbles have gone, and therefore you find yourself leaving it on the table, for all has been accomplished. All the good has been taken out, and you leave on the other side of the veil the negative aspects. Everything that you are, and everything you surmise to be, will be a product of what you are now, even to the bringing down of the goodness, the bringing down of the intellect through your higher self. Do you see here our meaning? Director: yes. Thank you. At times we have observed the finest and most noble people suffer severe economic, physical, and emotional pain through no apparent fault of their own. And yet the wicked seem to always live on top of the world. Why do the righteous and the innocent have to suffer so much? Mancharians, this is a time here of their own testing, of their own choosing, and of their own volunteering. They are in effect facing their own hell on earth, which they have created for themselves in the past, present, and yes, even future. Because many times incarnations are not just kept to this plane. Director: I see. Can you recommend a fail-safe formula for physical as well as emotional health? Mancharians, indeed here we would strictly say, the only fail-safe method or formula to rectify and conquer any illnesses in the health and any blemishes in the body, is to continue your upward journeys. To continue in understanding and to fasten with the higher essences of those consciousnesses, at least within the 5 frequencies above you, as you call, which actually are intertwined. You only have to tap into them and much knowledge will come. And with the knowledge the worry and the fear will elapse, and will escape you and will evaporate. And when this happens you don't have those negative depositories floating within your system, for they too evaporate. And when this occurs, the illnesses take flight, for no longer are they active. They are killed as to be dead cancerous cells, because there is no more fear nor frustration or anger to fuel the fire and to ferment the body with the negative resources or attributes, which you yourselves create. Proceed. Director: thank you. The governments of this world are all hard at work to recruit young men into their armies and train them to become killing machines, so to speak. Do you have any counsel to give to young men, who do not wish to see their spirits dehumanized through compulsory military service in order to spare themselves the detrimental effects upon their delicate minds? Mancharians: yes. Here again, these young men, as you see, there are certain, which are dehumanized. Here we have individuals, who, without remembrance, because their evolvement is not such to a point, where remembrance yet is brought to the fore. It is intact within the DNA coding within the subconscious, but they have not yet connected with themselves in order to find, that this is simply a retraction of once what they have themselves dealt out to others. But again, these are neither positive or negative or in that sense or aspect, or good or bad, for all is experience. And as they go through the harder experiences, so when they come out of it, they will be more equipped. Perhaps not in this lifetime, perhaps in the next or 10 lifetimes down, but when it permeates throughout their bodies, throughout their molecules, and is sufficient rejuvenating of the molecular understanding within their DNA coding, they will then begin to understand certain possibilities in the way of treatment of others are not conducive to their growth either. All is relative here. Each individual, who comes down, you must understand, and here we do see, that you and your people have great troubles grasping onto this understanding, or this concept, as you would put it. What you create for yourself, whether it be of an attire of a heavenly and joyful existence here on this plane, or whether you infuse more to the understanding and the experiencing of the negative, you have created for yourselves and begun since the beginning of time. And sometimes, when you look around you and see that certain people seem to have lives that they didn't earn and seemingly did not to deserve, and nothing seems to go wrong with them, they have the prosperity and the joy, they don't have all the turmoil. This indeed again is because, they have earned it, and they have chosen it this time in their life streams to experience it all at once, rather than have it fragmented before them throughout their particular life stream. And so it is the same as certain entities have chosen rather than experiencing the ups and downs, to experience the negative or the alternate nature of themselves to come in their own earthly abyss. For here again are different qualities of abysses, and to experience all at once and to get over it, or rather to get it over with. We do apologize for misconduct of your linguistics. Please proceed and forgive for our intrusion. On to your next question. Director, all right. We understand very well here the things you try to convey to us. The questions have been formulated with a broad spectrum of population in mind. So I apologize, if you feel to be repeating yourself in answering as we go from one question to another. The nuances are intended to assist specific people in their understanding. We have been told, this planet has been taken over many thousands of years ago by a group of tyrant gods, who cast a veil of darkness over Earth and altered man's DNA structure to render many of man's powers ineffective. Can you tell us, who these so-called tyrant gods are, to what positions of power they incarnate, and how we can most effectively protect ourselves from their influence? Mancharians, indeed. Here we are again working with the duality of going back trillions upon trillions of years. This planet, of course, is a rather new creation in itself in comparison to others. And here you have implosions rather than explosions. Dualities are created by new planets, and one takes the place of another and on it goes. Very similar here again to the Earth human's birth and death process, as you would call it, and here we call it metamorphic process, just as the Earth will arrive at its metamorphic end within short years. The duality we speak of goes back in the trillions of your Earth years, when the Creator produced a duality. As we have said, there is the positive on one side, and here just as we, the creators, do with any negative influences or contacts of our own, so as not to focus so fully and to experience this time more of the joy, to put our minds at ease, to continue with our upgrowing passage at a very high rate of velocity, as you would say, so does the creation portray or project any negative facilities onto the other side. And here you have a conglomeration of the negative, which comes down and is, as the third dimension is, the splitting area of the higher accord, for you do have the lower vibrational frequencies yet. And there are many planets, as we have said, in both, the positive and the negative. But here is the splitting point where the veil is not intact. In all conscious endeavors, for instance, we should explain it further this way, as the good comes down on one side, so does the bad come down on the other side. As it is kept apart through many eons and many frequencies in higher dimensions, you'll find that that veil is dropped on the third dimension, where it permeates within one another. So here you have the essence of your tyrant gods, as you put it, with the spirit of life again permeating through certain of those, who need and wish that experience to make them stronger on the essence of the light, when they attain. Usually you will find, that these tyrant gods, who have acquired so much power, will experience and will express themselves in the positive in later incarnations, although it is not so much incarnations as you portray yourself or project yourself in bodily form. And therefore one day you see this is where the conjecture comes up, that they will be brought into the light. And here again, as the Bible says, which you people seem to hold so dear, does have some rather unruly instructions in it, but all based on the same principle, where God says to Satan, "Come back and be with me. And be one with me, don't go off in the bad." You see, God was actually speaking to himself, because you always have the duality. How can you indeed have the good God without a bad portion of God, because how would you know what was good, if you do not understand what is bad? How would you understand the goodness of God, or the creation, or Creator, which are all one indeed, if you don't understand the badness of Satan or the bad God? And here names are strictly irrelevant. Names are given only to categorize fundamental concepts for the understanding of discussionary periods among your people. Have we made ourselves to an effective understanding here? Director: Yes. Touching upon the need for us to effectively protect ourselves from these negative powerful tyrant God type of influences, what recommendations can you give? Mancharians, in order then to protect yourselves against yourselves, for remember even the negative of the tyrant gods come from the creation, as you come from the creation. You need to work to become stronger in your own essence. You need to connect again with your higher selves. For here is the power of your projection and of your focus, for the more you focus on the positive aspects, the more safeguarded you become, because simply speaking, this is how you create an effectiveness and take control of a fuller nature over your own destinies. Proceed please. Director: Thank you. Obedience and loyalty are often touted to be virtues. Can you please elaborate on their benefit as well as danger of these character traits when viewed from your perspective? Mancharians, obedience. An interesting concept again. First we deal with obedience. And what here again is obedience but a trusting loyal conducting of your own lower essence to your higher essence? For who are you being loyal to? If you were to be loyal and obedient to the Creator and you are a part of the Creator, because you also are a Creator, would you not firstly have to learn to be loyal and obedient and true unto your own self? Director: Indeed. Mancharians, then what is the question? Director: The question is, we, as a society here upon this planet, are expected to be obedient to the laws and to many rules of man and regulations, which not all of them are really for the benefit of people. So here again, I suppose, we are running into danger if we subject ourselves to some of these regulations, which spell havoc in our lives. Am I not correct? Mancharians, indeed. The advice here, or the truth forms, which we would give to you and your people, would simply be this: be true to your own self. You have built yourselves up, where you can use your discretion of your independence. You are hereby at liberty, are you not, to use your intuition? Your intuition in fact, is your lower substitute for your higher selves for the right and the wrong, or the goodness or the badness, or the positive or the negative. Proceed, please. Director: Thank you. Compassion may also contain a component of duality. Where does it fit into your view of things? Where does its limit lie? Mancharians, the limitation of compassion. Its limitation lies here only within the individual consciousnesses at this point. You either limit yourselves or prove unlimitedness. Its benefactor indeed would be seen on a rather platform of independence against your neighbor. You simply here again choose to use your intuition, whether being compassionate to another, but first, are you compassionate toward yourselves? Do you understand what it is to be good to yourselves? For who are you but part of the creation? You are the creation in fact. If you can prove to be good to yourselves, to have compassion for yourselves alone, then here again, you may be able to start understanding compassion, and practicing compassion will come later. For first you must all understand compassion for your neighbor. And how is compassion achieved? This is an interesting question. Compassion is simply achieved by what you have experienced. And here again, what you have done with that experience. Director: Indeed. With that attitude we certainly do not want to be taken advantage of by those who want to take advantage of our compassionate nature. Mancharians, this is the interesting portion here. And this is why we caution each one of you, to learn firstly, and to practice compassion upon yourselves. Do not mistake compassion a lack of self, rather proving thyself within thine own minds to be of a selfish nature, or letting ego get in the way of others' needs. It is not that way with compassion. This indeed is a meditative quality, that we would strongly suggest, that you and your people take piecemeal, bit by bit, so to speak. And let it permeate through your consciousnesses, for the understanding of man must subject himself to the higher understanding in order to bring fruition to this process of his evolutionary growth. Proceed please. Director: Yes, thank you. Your deliberations, as contained in this book, may very well also fall into the hands of some good people who are followers of the Islam religion. Their prophet Muhammad is held here in high esteem. Do you have a word for them in particular that may assist these people in their spiritual journey upward? Mancharians, indeed. And rather than collaborating within the mainstream of names and who has this name and who has that name, we simply speak of this spectacular entity, who once did come and has indeed permeated his essence throughout the nation and throughout the world and the universe and indeed, this particular galaxy. He was one, a messenger with a very strong truth to tell, a truth based on union, a truth based on compassion, a truth based on honor and morals and high rates of immoralities and the essence of conducting oneself into a process due at one time to immortality of the highest honor and essence without backtracking or falling back into the pits of non-echelon manner. Stricken from the record, of course, was his discourse on the Canaanites, and here we have another word name. There was no misrepresentation on his part or portion. This was dutifully bound to occur. For here again we have the subservient structure of one religion trying to press down upon the head of another. Sad indeed, yes. Proceed. Director: Thank you. It seems that seed people at times are required to turn their backs upon their immediate family members in order to be in unrestricted service for the brotherhood and humanity in general. Can you please elaborate upon the ethics of such actions from your point of view? Mancharians, here again, interesting concepts. Very disturbing in fact. In order to turn your back on friends or family, are you not indeed turning your back on yourself? Because are you not in essence your friends and family? Are the strangers in essence not of you? Are we not all of one and you of us and we all of the one of creation? How can you turn your back on yourself? We would be very interested to hear this answer. Director: I'm speaking of seed people, who run into people of their own families that seem to live in a different vibrational world with different concepts, and many times being very critical of the actions of those that endeavor to do the brethrenhood's work, and therefore it seems out of necessity one has to turn his back on them, in order to get on with the work. Do they not? Mancharians, here again. We would not produce any one of you to be in the position of victim or victor. This is entirely your decision. It is of standing however, and profitable unto your growth, to leave others where they are at in their evolutionary growing patterns, if you need indeed, at this time, to take space in order to grow into yours. Everything that you create and see around you, is the creation of yourself, or a portrayal of yourself into light or darkness. So we would advise each and everyone, that it is not so much that you separate, as you call it, yourselves from less evolved beings of yourselves or your own essence, in order that you may grow. You are not here separating for the cause of the brotherhood, for the cause of the brotherhood is a oneness, but rather you are separating for the cause of expanding your own growth for focus. And here the key is focus. You separate because of focus. You don't want anything at this time in your progress, this particular time in your time element of progress, to disturb or distract from the focusing. When you grow stronger in your focusing powers and abilities, you find that you streamline yourself. And as you streamline yourself, you become invisible to people to the point, where they may not even see you. And should they see you, they will recognize you for who you are to them at that particular time or point in their passage. Director: Recently we read a book on walk-ins. In it the idea was portrayed that walk-ins came in large numbers during the last 2 decades. Is that indeed the case? Can you also explain to us their assignments? Mancharians, this is a rather different concept to us. What particularly is a walk-in? Director, walk-ins, we believe, are people whose bodies previously had a different owner as far as soul identity is concerned. The previous owner of the body volunteered to step aside in favor of a more evolved spirit entity. Here the new owner accomplishes that person's unresolved business and then proceeds to be of greater service toward mankind's progression in the execution of his own assignments. Mancharians, so here we are discussing the absentee ritual, are we not? This indeed is quite common among those of higher dimensional evolvement and will be with you and your people, who do pass into the 5th dimension. The walk-in category is very pronounced among your people in the effectiveness of duties to be performed. But these are not like the Mancharians, these come more as messengers with duties to perform and instructions to give. Unlike the Mancharians, these are messengers or walk-ins, as you call them, and tend to have strife within their lives, for here, those that come into a specific absentee body, as they have evolved before their time limit was up and decidedly wanted to leave their bodies, and here another came into with duties to perform under perhaps an iota or small karma to work off. And so the two intertwined with one another. This absentee extraction and INTR action back into the bodily casing is very common, as we say, among higher frequencies and higher consciousnesses, for there is a higher understanding of the whole purposes. These ones, as we have said, that do come and congregate, though few and far between, really, in the counting of your numbers. This is not the norm, as we would put it, for the ones, who are highly evolved, do come back in circumspect, usually come back for the portraying of truths to the higher consciousnesses and to extract themselves as examples before the people, and to give them truths, whether positive or negative, in order to stretch the people's minds and to inform them of the negative and the positive aspects of their planets, which they have created and what now do they choose to do about it. For once the truth of their actions are put before them, they have a choice, and never let anyone tell you you don't have a choice. Is this information sufficient for you? Director, yes. Thank you. Apparently the term crawl-ins is being used when higher evolved spirits enter this plane through the natural birthing process. Is that indeed so? Mancharians, this is a very contradictory concept to us. It almost seems that someone performs a duality, however, crawl-in simply sounds like an entity born through the womb, who has not yet learned to walk. Perhaps this is more like a simulation of unfounded consciousness, consciousness which has not yet redeemed itself unto the higher understandings or realms. We find this aberration of the word walk-in very odd. Director, all right. Do even the least evolved spirits, the ones that are traditionally called demons, also have a right of entry into this third-dimensional plane through the birthing process? Mancharians, here again, we must make ourselves plainer as we speak. Demons, as you term them, are not necessarily lowly evolved beings. Indeed, they are among some of the highest to the highest itself, because here we have, as we did explain before, the other category, the duality of the creation itself, as you term it God and as you term it Satan on the other hand, who you term or what you term as Satan or Lucifer, as you prefer names given to things or beings. Would you consider then that being or group of beings altogether in one consciousness as being lowly evolved? Director, not really. Mancharians, just because you face the negative aspect in a stronger semblance, do not for a moment conjure within your minds that it must be lowly. You also have the demons of the most inexperienced, those ones just beginning their journey of experiences, and they too have their demon side or negative attributions, as we prefer. Director, millions of this planet's population hunger and many of them starve to death every day, particularly in Africa. Does this plight of their lives contain a common karmic origin? Mancharians, MMMH, very good indeed, for now you are beginning to understand the process of simulation. Here we do speak of group development, whether there is individual development, or progress combined with negative and positive karma for that individual within him or herself, as you would put it. So do you have group karma, where you may have performed within the consensus of a large gathering? Whether the negative or positive, all must be experienced. Some do prefer to incarnate in togetherness for the upholding for each other's spiritual growth, for taking a responsibility for the plight of another. And here is the sharing of process. It is a difficult time indeed, but here we have the beginnings of the pulling together of the consciousness, group type of consciousness. At least they are trying to, for without one hand helping the other as much as they can, all will fall. And even so, many do so of plagues, or hunger or thirst. And here we do have the seed of compassion beginning to be understood. And for any, who shake their heads and say, I'm glad that is not me or you, be careful, for it may be your next experience, though not necessarily on this plane. Sometimes we progress and we find ourselves periodically going back to dimensions, simply because we have negated at that time and have decided to forego a certain experience. For when you progress and you elevate yourself to the position of being a universe, is it not necessary then, before you run a school, or perhaps a high school or college, to understand perfectly every function in it, in order to get along with the teachers? Perhaps if you happen to find yourself in a principal position. And is this not what the principal means, the main position? Should you not understand any problems, which might come up or any attributes of perfunctionary arbitration, you need to understand every aspect of what is going on. You need to permeate yourself throughout your school, and know each pupil, each teacher, each book, and where each pen and paper is, and what your secretary may happen to be typing, and indeed to be able to type yourself and run the whole show, so to speak, in case everybody comes down with the plague that day. Do you understand? Director: Yes. Mancharians: Proceed indeed. Director: In the Christian world, founders of other religious movements, like Islam, Buddhism, and others, are viewed with distaste and accused of as having created heathen cults. Yet at times we discover that some prophets of these so-called cults have indeed been enlightened ones from the higher brotherhood. What are your thoughts about these founders? Mancharians: Here again, we are getting into backlashing against one another. The messengers, which have come down and volunteered to come down, whatever century is unimportant, they did volunteer to come down with their truths, and wherever there is truth put out, there is duality. Duality here can be of a negative essence. Here you have the yin-yang effect, as you do in many occurrences with other situations. In order to protect oneself, in order to understand who is the ruling party and who has the truth, may we suggest you go inside each one, for the truth is within you. Who indeed can be called a cult or an untruthful religionist? If one cannot be expected to understand the truths brought down by the masters, such as your wordings, the Christ, the Mohammed, the Buddha, the many others, indeed then what does it serve you, if you cannot in all honesty have practiced or have experienced to whether or not what those masters have said is true? Or how can you believe one without believing the other, when they are all of the source of one and all are in agreement with one another? This is a very dangerous thing to do. Be careful again, tell your people who they choose to judge, for in all judgment they judge themselves. Director: Yes, indeed. The next question I ask, as there are many people who believe to be members of what they believe to be the true church or followers of what they consider a true prophet or a true philosophy. Does anyone or any movement have a monopoly on truth? Mancharians: As we have said before, many messengers are sent to you and your people specifically for the unfolding of the truth. That is as much as they are able to take at the ultimate stretching of their minds in the linear sense. Much as stretching a plasticina or a rubber band. And when truth is rejected, you may find that rubber band breaking and snapping you back on the head. Director: Indeed. So we can truthfully conclude, a monopoly on truth none of these groups or leaders have. Is that correct? Mancharians: Here again is a yes and no situation. All truth is relayed to specific portions of population which form groups. And here we say to you that all truth depends on perspective. It's not that it antagonizes against itself, but why limit yourself to only one perspective and perform yourself to be in a limited and circular tubular void, unable to expand in any direction? This very much stagnates your growth. Once you have learned one aspect or perspective of truth form, then by all means we advise you, go on to the next. And when you have grown enough, you will find within yourselves, that you can put all the aspects together and then you can sift out that which no longer fits in your understanding or reality. And henceforth you pull yourself up. Stop badgering one another, please. For all your efforts have taken you into each other's negative contributions, and instead of pulling you all together, as you wish could happen, you push yourselves further apart. You have no understanding of love your brother, of which these messengers, which you banter around their names either to the positive or the negative, whether be the Christ, or the Mohammed, or the Buddha, etc., or who have you. This is detrimental to your nature and your growth. Be careful with what you speak and think and your actions and your judgment, for you pull down a stunting of your own growth, instead of pulling yourself up into higher expansion and understanding. Do you not want to learn yet? Have you not grown sufficiently to understand even this simple concept? Proceed. Director, thank you. Of course, disappointments in the religious arena abound, and consequently many become either self-proclaimed atheists or agnostics. Do you have a word for these kinds of lost sheep? Mancharians, indeed. Stop blaming other people for your own short-sightedness. For it is not their doing you are at the place you're at. For you have created your own situation, shall we say. Best to get to the river and find your boat, lest you be left behind. For you do no one a service, especially yourself. And if you think indeed you may hurt yourselves and hurt others, you are positively right. Director, thank you. Humanity fears many things on this planet. Many fears are subconscious and others are at the full point of awareness. They are fearful of money problems, job loss, accidents, crime, and disease. What advice can you give to get people out of this mindset of fear? Mancharians, in order then to overcome your negative understanding or misperception, you must perform yourselves to be duty-bound unto the growth and your full hookup. You need again to find your boat. You need again to get out of your capsule of religious commitment. Stop retracting your growth and begin extracting yourself into the positiveness and the joy of the universe. When you find yourselves elevated, you find yourselves becoming less fragmented. The more truth you embrace, the more elevated you become in your understanding, thereby pulling each of your fragmented parts of consciousnesses in from altered dimensions, even on the same dimensions as the one you're on, but be perhaps of a different aspect or nature. As you begin to pull your fragmented consciousnesses together, even 2 or 3 at a time, you will find your understanding of truth will set you, begin in fact, to set you free. And all the negative fears will rule themselves in halves and in quarters and in eighths and in sixteenths, until you find they are no longer there. And the same with your frustrations and your angers. This is why the messenger said, "My people die from lack of knowledge." Proceed. Director, thank you. Can we then truthfully say, that fear and an overinflated ego prevent people from developing a love for truth? Mancharians, again, we feel we should apologize, for we have not expressed ourselves in the proper manner to have been given such a question. Fear here, we feel we have explained adequately in the previous question. An ego is simply a conglomeration of the fears and the frustrations and the pride, and so on. You do get our point? Of course, as you expand in your consciousnesses, and bring your fragmentations back into place, it is much like bringing your mind back together, after almost losing it. And by all means, when you do that you can certainly understand, how with the fragmented pieces brought back intact, that your understanding will open up and you will begin to remember in your mind, and here we do switch back and forth, using mind as an allegory. And as you remember with your mind, you find that much fear and ego consciousness is mere foolishness. This, of course, and in concluding this epic of this journey, we will expressly say to you and your people, this is the main symptom of fear and ego and what to do about it and whether it will be done. But in essence fears are too built up throughout experiences which cannot be remembered, therefore not be understood of how to be dealt with. And here we would advise that you get yourself what you call a soul reading from your records by someone experienced and given the key to such. For the betterment of your understanding needs to expand your consciousnesses. And when you do this you will find you are liberating yourself at a tenacious pace. Proceed at your leisure. Director, thank you. Now on to a more positive note. We have been told that the positive love energy radiating from some people has a profound effect toward the well-being of plant life around them, be it a lady of the home, looking after her flowers with love, or a farmer having helped the crops grow healthily after blessing the ground and his fields with affection. Can you please explain this effect? Mancharians, indeed. This is one of the simpler concepts. We delight in this indeed. For the love toward plants or crops is simply an expression toward your life force as your chakras begin turning and radiating out and activating that life force through your auras. This is why you see pictures with people's auras. And some may be blue and green and beautiful colors, or reds and oranges and yellows. Yet others you see as a stringent white, the very inner core is being radiated out in pictorial essence. And it is this very inner core, the very radiance of the life itself that networks throughout the atmosphere and permeates through each individual, as you would put it, molecule. Through the dirt and the rocks you will see a great change in all things. For in fact, what is being recognized here, is adding the life essence of those particular entities to the life essence that radiates out from Mother Earth. So instead of always taking, you're giving and putting in. It is like you are the rain and the sunshine all at once. Director, indeed. Can we then also say that the same love energy also affects the toxicity of the air we breathe, seeing that the air around us is made up of inorganic material? Mancharians, no. We would not say that this would affect the toxicity of the air around you. However, when you are alive and permeate outward from your space, it is such as blessing your space, to make sure no contagion begins to destroy the molecular structure of your body. Director, all right. To what extent is one person, after having raised his or her life frequency to that of a pleasant truth-loving person, effective in breaking down the blanket of darkness and negativity? Mancharians, each individual, which comes to recognition within its own life essence, does its own duty of the pulling down of the truth and the pulling up of the population. However, here again, we must refer you to the consciousness, to the gathering together of individuals, who by then are no longer individual through the attachment of their higher selves and to that of other individuals. Not so much because gathering in groups all in one house, this is not necessary. But the activity of gathering once they have attached with their higher selves into the complete and fullness of the group consciousnesses of different frequencies, which help then to bring down those group frequencies. Here again you need group effort, and there are few on your planet capable of this in comparison to the overall population. Do not hold your breaths. Get to work. Director, indeed. Can you explain to us what the photon belt is and what effect it will have on this planet as well as its plant and animal life, and the effect on people? Mancharians, the photon belt indeed is a necessary subject at this time in your Earth's rehabilitational processes. As you are pulled to the limitations of your understanding, as many feel the Earth will be pulled through the haunches of the photon belt, and just keep going and begin to redeem itself until it comes out on the other side as an altered plane. This is not exactly how it will be extracted. We believe here, that many messengers have come to explain, that different frequencies will be opened to your planet on, what you term as the last days, and indeed the last days of this cycle, this particular cycle. For the Earth itself graduates into higher dimensions or frequencies. So the photon belt is in essence the opening up of different frequencies. And here you have the Earth's consciousness, being a third-dimensional entity, with the consciousness 2 degrees, or 2 dimensions up, on the 5th dimension. So here the 4th dimension is opened up and will attach with the 5th. But as the physical body seems to die, as you call it on this plane, so will there be an ulterior death, as you would call it, for the Earth plane. A shedding off of the old and renewing. This will all take place when the barrier for the fourth dimension is broken through. It is similar as our explanation of the timeline, where you have time and space. Do you remember? You have one timeline and then you have another and you have space in between. So let us look at it as the first timeline being a three-dimensional timeline, with the second timeline being the fifth-dimensional timeline, with the space representing at this time the fourth dimensional or frequency. When you take the barrier from the third-dimensional timeline down, you have the fourth dimension. And then when you take the top timeline down, which represents the fifth dimension, then there you are through that gateway of passage. We have used this as an applicatory measure a little differently, and have applied it differently than we did the first time. But that is solely for the use of your understandings. Director, all right. Thank you. I believe your aspiration for, or understanding of oneness, goes far beyond that of humans forming societies under one idea, or ethnic societies forming nations. Am I correct? Mancharians, indeed. As we have stated before, the representation that we perform in linguistics for the understanding of you and your people are performed to your understanding, to your level of understanding rather, and as such would be different as though we explain to a level of seventh-dimensional understanding. There is no unity nor comparison at this time between third and fifth understanding of the oneness or the wholeness of union with Creator, in comparison to our group employment or group union. Indeed, we do not here even have an appropriate word to describe our position. Thank you. We lost contact. Session 7. Thursday, May 18, 1995. Mancharians, greetings. Director, greetings. Are you coming in the Christ consciousness and in the spirit of universal oneness? Mancharians, we are indeed the Mancharians. We are the universal oneness of the whole of the creation. Director, thank you. We lost contact with you during our last session. Did we leave any business unfinished? Mancharians, indeed, we feel much was said. There is no cause or need for further elaborations on those aspects of your conscious studies, are there not? Director, no, so let's get on with our next question. Upon achieving a oneness with the universal mind, which results in a loss of individuality, is there not also a reduction of freedom and happiness associated with it? We find here upon earth, that group-minded people are seldom happy. Mancharians, to begin with here, another very interesting but rather abstract question, we find. To begin with then, you have no group consciousness as yet. In order to redeem yourselves in the place of individuality, you must see from our perspective here now for one moment, that in order to view yourselves as being in group consciousnesses, you are simply or merely individuals conglomerating together. Perhaps indeed, for the purpose of the oneness, or rather, for one purpose. This does not mean nor even come close to matching, what it is in fact, to non-diversify yourselves into a oneness of soul and purpose and emotions and physical attributes as well, where one is combining and amalgamating within the whole, making one. You have placed within your perimeters of your earth plane, that oneness meaning, and as we say here again, the oneness in your dictionary does not come close to matching ours. You have simply made your oneness of group structure as being individuals of single purpose, but of like mind in only certain attributes and points. At no time can you ever be amalgamated as one in soul and spirit and purpose and values. If you do get our meaning, our understanding is most intricate here, for the simple purpose of explaining to you and your people, that in order to have full oneness of purpose indeed, is to give over self, over ego, over desires, into a less individualistic or self-centered purpose of being. For instance, you may say your groups join together because of love of the universe of God, where hereby the majority do not understand, who or what God is, that God is simply a representative word for creation or creator or the oneness or the wholeness or the divinity, from where you each did reside, and still do reside, except for the eclipse in your minds, which shelters you from all understanding of the intricate design of manufacturing of your own selves. Director, thank you indeed. I see what you mean. Mancharians, it is necessary here in your concepts, do please explain from us, for we are the Mancharians, the creators, that in order to become a group consciousness such as we reside, it is hard in effect, to even begin when you have not studied yourselves individually, to even begin to hook up with your higher self. Your higher self, indeed, does prove much charity in other realms and is much closer, indeed, to becoming a oneness with other minds, could we put it, for your abbreviated understanding. Proceed. Director: Yes, thank you. Now, speaking of little children, is the slate of everyone born into this incarnation actually wiped clean to the effect that no misdeeds of earlier incarnations are held against them? Where does karmic baggage fit in, which infants bring with them into this world? Mancharians, this we perceive as a rather serious question of dimensions. Indeed, when a child, or soul spirit does come through the birthing process, it brings with itself a renewal of a stationary purpose in life. In other words, that renewal being another chance, another fresh start. But, as for the karmic response, of whether it does or whether it does not bring any baggage, it is not in all fairness to refer to it as bringing baggage, because here again, we have the duality of karma, we have the negative and the positive, and indeed, would you want to leave the positive behind? Director: Absolutely not. Mancharians, remember, in our previous studies of this, the nature of the coding and the DNA, that each individual that comes down, is the all and total of the DNA, and all its past lives, which is encoded within the DNA, filed into the subconscious, only to be released by the higher self and the connection with the outer consciousness. So you have the higher self filamenting and pulling out from the subconscious into the conscious remembrances, when indeed there is a connection with your higher self. So in effect, to answer your question, every entity born through woman, through the birthing process, indeed, is the total essence of all past, previous, we speak here, and even future lifetimes, for there are times an entity has needed certain instructional patterns in higher elevations. And here they may not be ready precisely for some of the lower lessons at that time, but have grown indeed in their lessons of other aspects of their nature. And this is where they are working, for not all that you would deem as being second or even first-time efforts and experience are subjected to a lowly standard in all equations, or rather, in reference to all behavior patterns and learnings and experiences. Therefore they learn, maybe they have a trait, which they have given over and excelled at, as you would excelling in one subject or another in school. And for these purposes they reside in the higher planes at schools rather than being put into certain societies at that time, because their whole nature and makeup could not induce them to succeed in all areas, and would bring chaos rather than positive renewal and positive vibrations and help to the rest of the societal community, you see. So when they come down, and they are the totality of all they are, which is true by any means or standards within the universal structure, within the laws, even within your laws of physics, if you would study them abruptly, for some period of time. So in an effort in this case, if we have made ourselves clear, we would simply now recap by saying to you, that all that have come through the womanhood of the birthing process, indeed brings within itself those lessons, which you may consider of the negative, to either perform over again, or for the first time. And indeed comes the positive and the feedback and the upside of all that is life, as you know it, along with its rewards. Director: The rule of law in the animal kingdom appears to be one of incredible brutality, inasmuch as one species feeds on another on land as well as in the seas. Is Earth here an exception to the rule, or do the animal kingdoms on other planets also function on the basis of this carnivorous principle? Mancharians, and here we would ask of you a question, on those realms or frequencies or dimensions of a planet in habitation, would you think indeed, that should there be a lack of strife and frustration and anger among the people, that on the opposite side would be the animal kingdom, which would indeed turn around with the killing? Director: Yes, indeed, the animal kingdom would turn around with their killing. Mancharians, we have spoken about the veil, which is being removed. Each dimension up has its own essence of planetary reform, for each is a schooling of lessons. So therefore progression must be made unto the animal essences as well as the human population. You must realize here, it is the evolution attained by different species, because without the evolutionary upward journey being completed, they would not arrive there. We have one thing to add, a repertoire question perhaps for your people. We do hereby perceive that you do wonder, or others of your kind, whether or not animals perceived on higher equations would face having the teeth ability. Our answer here to you is, mankind has teeth, has he not? And does he give away to eating his neighbor, because he happens to still be standing there? Director: No. Mancharians, proceed. Director: Thank you. We have been told that Adam and Eve were the first humans to start this planet's population, at least according to the Bible. Can you tell us what was so special about this couple in light of civilizations, which had come and gone long before the time of Adam and Eve? Mancharians: This indeed is a peculiar question, but one we ourselves would love to hear the answer to. For the beginning, which is the creation, when the earth was splintered off, and when mankind was come from other evacuated places, and this proved to be an inhabitation for all species of the galaxy to gather and congregate and to learn from one another. And our word to you here would be, that Earth was such as meant to be a resource station. It was to be the equivalent to the largest galaxy craft with all the resources intact, with the fruition growing and the multiplying into civilizations of many modes and desires. This was upheld to be one of the finest efforts that mankind has been involved in a togetherness or oneness operation while still in the physical body. Now, Adam and Eve is another much known and read of misconception, but they do symbolize, or rather represent, the sadness of the duality. This was, of course, when man was segregated from himself. Not only from the whole, the creation, but segregated and split into two halves. No wonder he cannot work things out properly. It is hard to work things out properly with yourself when half of you is missing. Proceed at your leisure. Director: All right. There is a great controversy raging in Western societies, called abortion, which is the practice of terminating women's pregnancy by means of man's artificial intervention. How do you view this situation, which has effectively pitted a certain segment of our society into two camps of deadly enemies? Mancharians: Enemies, enemies, fighting, friction. Here we would say to you and your people to simply remember, at the expense of each portion of renewal of nature or of the birthing process, before it being induced into the physical world, simply removes another vessel for opportunity for a spirit to continue its upward journeys. This is sad indeed, do you not think? This could be considered in your concepts as a slap in the face of the Creator. For the Creator gives the opportunities to other fragments of itself, to help it to understand and learn and go through the lesson process, in order to bring back to the Creator those experiences. This denies the Creator for all the goodness that you receive from your own journeys. This denies the very one from whose womb you came from, so to speak in your own linguistic understanding, the very opportunity to send another part of himself to continue as a present back to himself of more learning and understanding. Why indeed does mankind, who professes to love God, slap him in the face, or turn around and kick him? This would seem to us to be somewhat of an ungrateful attitude, would it not? Proceed. Director: All right. All mankind, with the exception of a few individuals, have adopted animal meats as part of their diet. This practice, of course, sparked the setting up of huge sophisticated slaughterhouses. How do you view the wholesale slaughter of domestic or wilderness animals for the purpose of consumption by humans? Mancharians: Here again, we deal with those entities, who have not grown to the point in their process of understanding a liberation of themselves. If you cannot find a way to liberate yourself, how on earth could you be a liberator to animals? Director: Another change of topic here. Mankind is somewhat obsessed with the need for looking beautiful or handsome. Can you please explain how you view the matter of physical beauty, or ugliness for that matter? Mancharians: Here you ask for our understanding into your perspective or concept. Rather like trying to put the whole of a moonbeam into a soda bottle. Interesting. We will answer you shortly. Pause, we seem to have neglected the question. Repetition would be advisable. Forgiveness asked. Director: Okay. Mankind in general is somewhat more or less obsessed with the need for looking beautiful or handsome. Physical outward looks, appearance. You know? Mancharians, thank you. Refreshed. Our perspective of beauty stems entirely from the soul essence of those gatherers into our consciousness. The attributes, of which we would speak, which you yet in your learning, have very little understanding of, would be love and clarity of purpose, compassion toward oneself. For this rubs off and fluctuates throughout the embodiment, and as the one fluctuates within the other, it provides here a duality, which is made into a wholeness of purpose. The physical attributes are all here as one. For not one is more beautiful than the other in the essence. For the essence, you must understand here, is taken from that very inside core of the etheric body, as we have spoken to you before. The white portion inside the linings, which shine out and radiate, which perform your character status, which is the prime link to the creation. Director, all right. I understand. So then to sum up, from your point of view, outward, physical appearance matters not. The character essence and quality of character is that which the universe deems as beautiful. Mancharians, indeed, we do understand you do have a saying, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. So how do you yourselves recognize what is beauty? Proceed. Director, to what extent is the saying among mankind true, which goes something like this, as a man thinketh, so he is? Mancharians, as a man thinketh. And does that make him what he is? Indeed, or rather is a man the essence of what he thinks? Is he the formulation of his thought forms? Does a thought go out and then he is created, if he is himself sending out the thought? For indeed, does he have to be the thought, which does the creating, which puts back into his own perimeters that which he wishes to be and strives to be for the oneness of purpose within himself? Are we clear on this point? Director, yes, we are. I feel greatly incensed by the fact that the controllers of this planet have not permitted technological advancement to benefit their fellow humans in order to ease their lot in life, but rather used their discoveries to ensnare their brethren into a situation of economic bondage around the power of money, or better, the lack thereof. Am I justified in my anger, or do I need to change my attitude toward those, who uncaringly herd us, the people, like sheep towards economic slaughter for their sadistic satisfaction? Mancharians, here we have a duality or an equivalent of religion. The religion that we speak of is heresy toward the people. And what here is religion? Not necessarily of what you would term as studying within the spiritual boundaries, or rather, the limitations of your churches or temples or synagogues. Whatever you have is irrelevant here. What we state here, again, by religion is the concept of keeping from the people the truth. And what is the truth but spiritual endowment from above, as we could put it? Spiritual truths brought down cannot be put hand in hand by technological practice. Interruption. In order to satisfactorily answer your question, then, the truth given to your scientists and to other people of their caliber, indeed, is forsaken before the ethic and continuing growth of the upward journeys of goodness and helpful consideration unto the purposes of the people. This simply signifies and states in handwriting, that those who possess technology have not as yet grown in their spiritual stature, for it must go hand in hand, or it may get out of hand. Director, yes. Upon arriving here in Arizona we have been amazed at the fact, that of all our contacts with people and advertisings, we have not located one individual spiritually prepared enough to wish for an Akashic record reading of the soul. Can you please give us a description of soul preparedness or qualifications, in order for them to wish for, or to be ready of such a deep reading or discovery of soul secrets? Mancharians, firstly here we recommend that full study of what soul entices or brings unto itself in commendations, such as the renewing of the spirit into less grave circumstances. The love for truth, of course, is a prerequisite and the putting away of self. For if you have self or ego standing in the way, you may feel that it may be upshunted, shall we say, in the face of all pure truth. Usually, it is an essence of aggravated and introverted fear, that one may be forced to run, when one has scarcely learned to walk, rather like putting one in the second grade in your schools, you understand? And they do not badly, so their ambitious parents and teachers try to push them a little too hard, and decide thereby to put them in grade 4 or 5. This, of course, is a terrifying aspect to that child, would you not think? Director: Yes. So it's actually the low level of spiritual preparedness that keeps them away from wanting Akashic record readings, right? Mancharians: the low level of preparedness we would extract from the total paragraph, as there is no low level of preparedness as seen even to a requirement level. For a low level of preparedness equals no preparedness. Therefore let us not make it an issue. Personal questions are always a risk, unless a risk is performed to be taken, no matter what the truth element may bring. Proceed please. Director: Thank you. How reliable are psychic readings, which are quite extensively available today at a nominal cost? Mancharians: Here again, we're looking and working with those on their upward journeys, who have gotten in touch enough with their consciousnesses to the extent of pulling out from themselves the idealistic independence of intuition. Here we have intuition working at its fullest and highest commendation. And the difference here between reading and understanding and translating and deciphering soul records, otherwise called another name by you and your people, is the simple fact that those records, which are read from the ethers or from other domain, are pulled out of one's subconscious, from the DNA, are provided liberally back to that soul for that soul's understanding to a channel or medium. Whereas with intuitional readings you have always a margin of error. Director: Yes. Mancharians: Indeed. Another protraction should be included here for genuine understanding. And here we allude to the fact, that those who read their intuition or through their psychic means, simply do read the vibrations or the aura of the person for themselves, which contain the essences. You could say they read the essences of that person. And they do this even by phone. The way indeed they do this by phone is by the vibrational tone, though they can't read then the aura, they can read the vibrational tone. Whereas the soul readings, which are done, are read strictly from the records, therefore providing no error for the one, who is induced at that time into the savor of the finding of truth for the soul. Proceed. Director: Thank you. Wonderful. At times we suffer the loss of a friend who has decided to depart from this plane by taking his or her life through suicide. As these spirits arrive on the other side, how are they being dealt with? What is their inheritance, or better, consequence of their action? And how do you view suicide? Mancharians: How we view suicide, to begin with, is neither here nor there, for again this reigns within the domain or realm of that individual consciousness. When the individual consciousness goes back into the astral plane or the Deva-chan, hereby referred to as the dimensions or place of inhabitations of the angels, that soul then does face himself with the help of hierarchy, or rather, evolved personalities, in order to see exactly the negative and the positive qualities, the lessons which had been learned and those which would seemingly prove too difficult at that time on the journey. Perhaps that individual took a side road off of the straight and narrow, as you would put it, and got rather caught in the thicks and the thorns of the bushes, much as a wild animal in a trap, therefore unable to pull itself free. It might bite its leg off. So it is with individuals biting or cutting the life cord from itself. Director: I suppose the issue then is being brought before the karmic board, just like with any other human being arriving there. Am I correct? Mancharians: This is correct, but you must remember the karmic board is not a board of judging. It is a board of redeeming the goodness and the good qualities as well as the negative, and how the individual can work with them from there. Advice is given for that individual, and perhaps the individual may choose for a short stay, for a short redemption place of for a peace for the soul, or choose to go to a school of greater learning, to better help the individual upon its returning into the earth plane through the birthing process again, to conduct and have a retry at its efforts. It is important, we feel, to elaborate just one more time, that the difference between our category of understanding of your dictionary words such as judgment and condemnation, there are neither here, neither, what you would call the karmic board or successors judge or condemn an entity within its growth or process of upward journey. We're here to lend a hand, so to speak, and to help that entity to recognize its strengths as well as its weaknesses, much as you would do to a child in your schools. If the child was strong in the counting process and weak in the linguistic banks, would you judge and prosecute and condemn that child? Or would you rather hire a tutor and give the child another chance, and another, until that child is brought up to standards of its own choosing and working at until it had pulled its socks up, so to speak? And then wouldn't you be so proud? Proceed. Director, Siamese twins are being viewed by humanity with great pity, and extreme efforts are being made to surgically separate the two babies at great risk of losing them both. Yet we have information at our disposal, which lists their extreme selfishness and lack of willingness to share during earlier incarnations as the reason for their forced union together, and they are thus given the opportunity to learn the lessons of sharing. What is the truth about Siamese twins? Mancharians, this, of course, is an extreme case. This is conducted specifically for the purpose of the joining efforts in physical, emotional, and spiritual growth together. For those who have exceedingly misrepresented nearly every category within themselves, sometimes need a helping hand through life in an effort to strengthen themselves, you see. For this purpose there will be two, who have been requested by majority vote of instructional purposes of the Karmic Board, as you deem them to be in your name form. Merely a strong suggestion, which is equipped with much love and compassion and understanding of the highest essence in order to help these duplicates. Many times these duplicates are the duality of themselves, the male and the female, whether they perform as two males joined together, or two females, or one or the other. That, of course, is irrelevant. This is necessary, in fact, for the instruction of letting them see themselves, and coming face to face with themselves in every aspect, in order to try and elevate themselves and pull them up by the bootstraps, so to speak, so they're not left so far behind, where they begin to deteriorate and go on the backward journey, which is not always the most profitable for soul structure on an upward journey. Director, well, thank you for shedding light on that subject. Mancharians, proceed please. Director, all right. We have already mentioned the Karmic Board on several occasions. Can you please tell us the purpose of the Karmic Board and how it functions? Mancharians, as we have already stated, and for the second time, the Karmic Board is simply a group structure of those who have attained a higher essence in their upward journeys, who have already fulfilled requirements unto themselves, and therefore have the wisdom, and the compassion, and the understanding. Though not liberated as to be words as found in your dictionaries. These karmic members or soul structures, as you would perceive them to be, simply help the individuals coming back up through the astral plane, that face themselves once again in the Deva-chan, with their, as you would call them again, peers. Though they are not peers, are they? Because all are one and all are respected as the same, no one higher and no one lower, except in the status. And here they are set about to help that entity recognize itself and to deal with all of the positive as well as the negative attributes. To possibly offer suggestions and recommendations, and strongly heavily advise in some situations, such as, if one needs further study in spiritual concepts, though we do detest to use that word. For their understandings, perhaps they need to go into the library to review their own records, for at this level, of course, and vibration they are permitted. After all, they did write the records, did they not? Director, yes, indeed. Mancharians, have we answered the question sufficiently for you this time? Director, yes, thank you. Much appreciated. In what manner are we best to view the abyss? What is it and how does it work? Mancharians, the abyss is simply the ulterior or diverse portion of your personality or characteristic, for lack of better words. And indeed we wish at times we could find better words. But here again, as you face your upper and your positive side of your consciousness, so do you then reach a point, where you must face the negative before you really can go up into the next standard. For you see, and here you must understand and relay this to your people, for it is an important point for us to tell you this, that as you progress from level to level, or rather, multidimensional, as you go from one dimension to another, if you have not faced your abyss, or your negative side, or your demons, the duality here again states to you that you must face the demons in order to conquer them. If you have not done this on a lower vibrational frequency, then how could you do it on a higher? In an effort to put that part of your personality or that portion of your essence into its respective place so it offsets a balance, offsets being yin-yang, offsets being chaos versus much controversy, we would put between the negative and the positive side, don't you think? Director: so then is the conquering of the abyss synonymous with overcoming evil in this life and being basically a good person, or does it go deeper into a real experience of conquering it as a one-time event in a person's life? Mancharians, here we feel again, we are not making ourselves clear. We are not dealing with evil. We are dealing with the negative portion or side of each individual's personality or essence. Director: all right. So if we overcome that in this physicalness, we have overcome our abyss. Am I correct? Mancharians: indeed. Here again you must understand what overcoming is. What is overcoming is simply to put that standard into perspective, of which you wish to reside. Do you wish to reside in the positive of your nature and essence, or rather do you succumb or wish to reside with the chaotic side taking over? You need to form a balance here. And here we say again, each individual faces its abyss in order to test itself. In order to extract from its own personality which would be the stronger. In order for a balance to be created equal, order must be in place. The chaos will be strong. The goodness on the other side will remain strong, therefore keeping the chaos on its own side of the fence, so to speak. And here we have a perfect balance. We have a 50-50. Not a 60 good and perhaps a 40, as you would call it, evil. Director: thank you. Are we to concern ourselves with archdemons? Mancharians, in order to fully answer this question, we must refer now to exactly what your concept of archdemon is. Please relate in specified instruction, please. Director: the medium here has been on 1 or 2 occasions during her life severely attacked by a very powerful demon spirit, who was out to take her life. Now, that was a very frightful experience for her, and it took enormous mind energy to throw that spirit off lest she be killed. These spirits seem to be the leaders of all the demonic forces in the world. Are we to concern ourselves with their presence or not? Mancharians, we would suggest to you, that with this was rather an unusual case. It does occur, but very infrequently. This would prove to be from the statistics of what you would perceive as your superiors, that compound group of entities, who form the source structure in keeping the truth to an element of their desire, where truth should be funneled through many faucets. But here relating to this one, it was many faucets flowing through the one, the medium or the channel, as you deemed this entity to have performed. Indeed, the consensus on the whole would be to progress at your own rate. To not perform any worry or fear, but keep yourselves in the light and indeed within that circle of infinity, within the white light of the triangle. The triangle, of course, symbolizing the higher self. This is your protection, and you are quite safe, we would say. Director: thank you. I personally have always deemed substance addiction as a demonic imposition of an evil spirit upon the body of a human being, tormenting it through uncontrollable cravings. If this viewpoint is wrong, then would you please elaborate and offer some counsel to such victims? Mancharians, here again we have the statistics of victims versus volunteers, do we not? And who does make themselves a victim but a volunteer? You must realize there are no victims in this reference, for all have dutifully agreed within themselves as to exactly what will be performed. As for these substances, that do by fact come from Mother Earth, but somewhat in a chaotic state performed by man, for his mixing of the chemicals with those compounds, which perhaps would be better left alone. But here again, in order to answer your question, we would simply state, a matter of progression of those souls or those individuals, who so do perform upon themselves. But to put the mind or the consciousness upon the upheaval of what is right to put in the body, and what is wrong to put in the body, we would simply ask, that man keep his mind in satisfied state and with all intention, whether it be good, whether it be evil. And here we do distaste with this word, or rather prove it to be negative. Let us redeem ourselves by using your words, positive and negative here. And dutifully as we would state to you and your people, what comes out of the mouth from the bare essence of the glowing white light within each individual, is that not perhaps more endowing an entitlement to the process of growth, whether it be in the upward or whether it be in the downward categories, than what meat one eats, or what one may drink, or what one may inhale. Director, thank you. I do however perceive that many souls sincerely wish to be free from the bondage of those cravings after having gone through periods of bondings either to alcohol or other substances. Mancharians, indeed, and here again we say to you, how can you express and experience the freedom, when you have not had the limitations? Do you understand in your concept the word limitations? How can one prove to feel and know and experience the possibility or the action of the essence of being free, unless at one time one has been bound or imprisoned in any way? Director, do you have a suggestion or advice to give to those people who have a great desire to be free? Is there something that they can do that will set them free? Mancharians, indeed. Here we have the progression of souls, and once that experience is satisfactorily proven to be fulfilled as having the knowing and the full understanding of itself, then will the entity shed it off, such as a snake sheds its outer skin when still in immature form, so to speak, before growing to full adulthood. Remember here, we speak of experiences as being negative or positive, but not as good or evil, because here the experiences need to be made, need to be fulfilled in every effort. For how can you prove one good and one bad? If you don't know what the bad is like, how do you know what the good is like? And this too, can be looked at as vice versa, because this is a perfect duality. Director, all right. We do have many more questions, at least 10 to 15, which we like to present to you possibly 2 days from now. I do not however wish to overtax the medium, and therefore prefer to close the session. Mancharians, indeed. As we have seen of sufficient proof, though the spirit is willing, many times the flesh is weak. And this was portrayed most beautifully in your Bible, though misconceptions of its meaning prevail, where people are lacking in understanding. Indeed. Good night. Director, good night, and thank you. Session 8. Saturday, May 20th, 1995. 6:15 p.m. Mancharians, greetings. Director, greetings. Are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universal mind of the creation? Mancharians, indeed. We are of the oneness of the whole of the Creator. We are an embodiment of the Christ nature, as you know it to be. Director, thank you for this identification. We are much gratified to have you with us again. We have more questions for you, and therefore we will proceed without further delay. Human emotions run high in the arena of sexual preference. What ought to be the proper attitude toward the practice of homosexuality or lesbianism? Mancharians, here we would depict this as being ultra-contrary, due to all ethics of standard of universal appeal. And here we do caution people, who have sojourned and equipped themselves within these lifestyles, that the main function here is to procreate. In order to procreate, of course, you do need in a physical sense here both man as well as woman. Director, brain defunct? Mancharians, defunct. Very controversial word to the description of such ultra lifestyles. Here we would simply say to you and your people, that all arbitrariness, and here again we caution with extraordinary possibilities, we could strictly recommend here, that there would indeed be no controversies of this sort. Should the arrows be on both sides, and here again we speak of the male and the female aberrations, as being united in oneness for the purpose of procreation, when you find one's mind of a male, or one mind of a female is attracted to itself in that way, we would simply allude to say, that they indeed are searching for their other half. And here they believe their other half may be of the same sexes. And this is contrary to the law of God, as you would speak it, and as you would know the Creator by your standards of limited thinking at this time. Director, is there anything society or the person itself can do to cast off such disorder? Mancharians, disorder. Very peculiar, but indeed applicable, for it is a dysfunctioning of the mainstream of understanding. And here we say those entities on such route must find themselves equipped within their own soul structure to find indeed a preliminary source or alternative method of procreation, rather than with one who cannot procreate with them. Is this not so? Director, indeed. Thank you. Can one differentiate between a young or an old spirit as they incarnate upon this plane? And if so, what are their features or characteristics of being either old or young? Mancharians, this here again we find to be an adequate question to perform and pronounce before your people, indeed. Congratulations! The essence of an entity, which is rather more matured, if we could use that word, as such as an old wine with the casing being old. But here again, the wine being new in the casing. And as the souls, or these particularly evolved souls, have passed through into the higher consciousnesses, and linked up with their higher selves, which indeed is the link-up of the one source of the universe or into the universal mind, oneness and wholeness, so does it bring wholeness of themselves, such as making the casket wear the skin around the wine into a new flavor, in order that it may hold the new wine for the essence of which we have already spoken of, that bright and great and radiant white light within each species of personality. Here we speak of whether or not nationalities or races exist. But however, here we do say to you and your people that a mature soul, rather one more highly advanced than an immature one, is simply one who has performed many existences in the past and in the present and future even, as we have alluded to, in past sessions. Are we right here? Director, yes, correct. Mancharians, and so we would say to you also that those, who have not anticipated such correction by not having sojourned to the extent of fulfilling all the lessons in this dimension, are indeed the less evolved and the younger of the species at this time. In order to categorize of which endowments are within the new and the old, or the young and the old, however you would picture it is fine with us, but you will find specific encumbrances put on the mature soul, or the more highly evolved, by way of greater testing. And how in greater testing indeed do they respond to friction? Does it light them on fire? Or does it institute making the flintlock not work as it should? And here we see and have neutralizing cause. Can they indeed neutralize? You will find on the other hand, that those of the younger essences or experiences or lesser journeyings to this point, seem to light on fire such as pouring kerosene over parched paper and setting a match to it. There seems to be no neutralization there, for it explodes immediately, does it not? Also for the benefit of understanding of you and your people, both, we would surmise and in conclusion here, advise each one not to put the amount of restrictions on the younger, for the benefit of lessons is to have a qualified set of testing. In other words here, we are explaining to you, that each individual will not test himself further than he can endure, whereas the highly evolved self will make his testing to his limits. But here again, we say to you, without breaking his ultimate goal, without giving him or herself more than they could possibly handle. But yet here, these entities will indeed stretch to the limit. Director, thank you. Can we recognize either group by virtue of presence or absence of a temper tantrum attitude? Mancharians, only here on the surface. But this would, if you would study hard, you would find this tendency has a cause, and here it goes much deeper. But there are those on the outside as well, who portray friendliness and kindness and love toward a man, but most of you cannot see the inner person. Director, right. Thank you. In dealing with the emotion of anger, can you please explain to us at what point righteous indignation becomes the destructive force of anger? Mancharians, indeed. Categorized as rage, and here you have rage as you would, a madman. This is somewhat in a different category than anger. Anger is simply an outward expression of holy frustration at times. And rage on the other hand is anger, which is within non-controllable barriers. If one could be defined defunct more than the other, we would indeed qualify rage that unwitting expression of complete and total explosive quality without any reins in which to hold the horse back. Its full contribution here to mankind is much akin and related to that individual for instance, who has just taken a glass of cocaine, could we say, before he went out to fix his gun. Proceed. Director, thank you. A man's tongue, when inflamed by the fires of hell, can become an extremely destructive force for, both, soul and body, as well as being ruinous to life. Do you have any advice for people, who are desirous to bring this most obnoxious organ under control? Mancharians, indeed. Cut it off. It is like any other suggestion here of inner contempt for the soul's self in general, for if that soul has no love for himself, how indeed can he love anyone else? Director, you sure have a way to take this one down to a simple denominator. The influence of religious doctrine is very powerful and can create tremendous hang-ups in people by way of the imposition of feelings of guilt in cases where certain precepts of doctrine are not obeyed. The result is a sense of condemnation. With this in mind, how are we to view the use of contraceptive devices for the purpose of controlling the size of our families? Mancharians, the defunct society. Here again we would like to retract back to our questions. Here a man is sent, indeed, is he not, to procreate? And also as a standard of his significance of growth he is a duplicate, he is a duality of the Creator. And does the Creator not procreate? The Creator fulfills its duties unto mankind. The Creator provides for man those means, whereby man can earn his living. Man's standards here seem at times to be dropped. And as we realize world population grows, we must also remind you and your people, the main reason for birth control is not because of religious conviction here, but rather because man has so successfully destroyed the earth plane to the point, where mankind can no longer take a plot of land, if he should acquaint himself within that aspect of his existence and buy himself some land, because very little now with soil pollution and air pollution will grow. Man needs to look at the causes. If a man in the past would have looked after his conscious fragments better, such as indeed his thoughts he puts out to those around him, and had kept them in a more positive encumbrance, instead of negative encumbrance, he perhaps and most likely here we say, would not have brought this upon his shoulders to the extent, where he must find reasons for restrictions upon the procreation. If man indeed had looked after the planet and the way the planet indeed was being harvested, then it would never have manufactured into such situation, where man would find many vast deserts for example. And those lands so treated with pesticides and insecticides, that even the fruit he eats is poisoned to the hilt. Man has retracted from his contract with the Creator in looking after this beautiful old planet, you see. And by here of consequence has endowed himself with such restrictions and such possibilities of destruction upon his own carcass, that he has disabled his opportunity for reproduction to the greatest extent here of his ability. For he no longer has the means and the opportunities present to him to raise a large family as he should be doing. For this again is as a present or a thank you back unto the Creator. For all things propagate, including oranges on trees, do they not? Does not one tree, which is the father the mother essence, does not all nature engage in the act of propagation? And does not every season that mother/father element come to bear fruit? The fruit of the labors, being the children, the oranges for example. Do you understand? Director, yes. Thank you. With many people there are a lot of guilt feelings associated with masturbation in privacy by either males or females. Do you have any comments to that? Mancharians, not really. Here we do deal with the physical functions. And you must understand here, that each one of you have created your physical attributes to be brought into the birthing process. All has been laid out in blueprint format, and then what you do with your own creationary product, which will hold your essence, is of yourself. But here again, these are your own choices. Just remember, there is a law to fulfill, the law of procreation. And if you were dutifully bound toward that goal, then indeed you must sometimes sacrifice by waiting. But here again on the other hand, if a match has not been made as yet, then there are times, which you must not let the burning within, the eternal flame of your own soul, overpower your conscious ability to operate within the fundamental recesses of your mind. Is this clear? Director, yes indeed. We will leave that arena now and go to something different. If a man's convictions dictate to him, that as a result of his humility and heartfelt moderation in all things, he ought to also display such soul disposition outwardly in the form of modesty and simpleness of dress, or maybe for that reason, think poverty to be an outward display of inner humbleness, what would your most gracious words of wisdom for such fine people be? Mancharians, here again we simply are working on a conscious basis. Here we are speaking of soul journeyings through certain tides of their evolutionary understanding at the point of time, as you put it, where they're at. It is no crime evident here, to say what a man should wear and what a man should not wear, for that is irrelevant. But perhaps, at this stage in his development this is strictly his way of showing outward responses as to inward action. Better to take action in some form than to take no action at all. He is simply trying to tell those around him his humility is evident. And once he does stop putting himself down in categories of poverty, or dressing less than he is actually able, then will true humility surface simply because he will no longer need to prove it to anyone, especially himself. Proceed. Director, the conventional reaction among humans to the physical departure of a loved one is grief or sorrow. Is that reaction logical or appropriate for the occasion, or can you help us to view this event in a completely different light? Mancharians, this indeed, as you call the death process of one of whom you have sojourned within many lifetimes, again departing from you, as far as you would understand it to be, because in effect it is true in a way that the entity departs, but only by way of fact because you have not joined with that entity yet. There is always the missing factor. And what, here again, is the one who grieves missing? Is he not missing that portion of himself, that attachment of another portion of the creation from whence he came? And this in effect and in reality is a good conduct, for it brings realization that he himself is not the only one in the room, so to speak. The grieving process is actually the process whereby the individual, who is left behind here, grieves in depth within himself, for it is not he that has opportunity to have left because his lessons are finished. But he has not usually grown to the place yet in his evolutionary understanding, where he can realize this yet. This is a good opportunity for such to go within and express to himself the connection, which is so missing. Perhaps then he can find the way of the truth. Proceed, please. Director, thank you. Speaking of grief or heartache, many of the worst kinds of human disasters can be found in the arena of unreturned love between man and woman. Some call the intense flame of love infatuation, if, where encased within the bosom of one person only, and thus remaining unanswered, can create an intense feeling of hurt. Can you perhaps explain and assist us in a balanced view of these situations? They can indeed create hell on earth for those involved. Mancharians, yes, indeed. Here again we are expressly dealing with the technologies of perhaps a soulmate versus twin flame. When the individuals look upon another individual with much favor, it is that element of the opposite perhaps uninterested individual, who is drawn. And here we mean the aspect that the individual, who is in fact interested, it is not so much a lustful desire, but there is an intricate point of meeting for that expression, here we could say, of a portion of a personality, which still lingers on from a previous or a future existence. This fatal attraction, so to speak, can be perfunctly dangerous at times, for it is a carrot held out, where the individual, who is simply is not biting, holds the carrot by the essence of the aura, knowing that the person does not really want or fit into the other person at this time, and maybe not future down the road, but in effect has some hold, which does not want to have the other person engaged with anyone else. This is a very selfish perception. When one does meet with its other half, indeed, you are retaining a balance of yourself, whereas a soulmate aspect is rather off balance. The scales tip. It is good to indeed to break that rope holding the carrot. Forgive yourself as well as the other person, and thereby neutralize your karma indeed. Is this clear? Director, yes, thank you. All right. You mentioned the difference between soulmates and twin flames. Here's my next question. At various times you refer to finding or meeting with the other half, so upon connecting with our higher selves, we effectively have restored within our system that Trinity, whereupon then we have laid the foundation for oneness with all other beings in the universe. Speaking here of the other half, are you referring to the twin soul, or as some call it twin flame of the male-female duality? Also, what advice can you give to people who read about the necessity of finding their perfect soulmate first, before they can even think about climbing the ladder toward Trinity and spiritual universal oneness? Mancharians, this indeed is an arrogant way of looking at things. Indeed, here we say to you, that the elevated purpose of each individual must not bear consequence of alluding to a desire to wait first until the other half or twin flame is indeed found. Each one must continue on its individual journey to get in touch within him or herself, for if one half does not prepare itself, indeed, it will not be ready for the meeting. The meeting here of the other self, indeed, is not soul mate, as people would call it. For many have had soul mates and many soul mates over the past and future incarnations. But indeed here we say to you, all must be done on the upward journeys in order to connect, and I believe here we refer back to the other session, when we have alluded to, if not explained, in perfunctionary fashion here, and that one must connect with his portion, shall we say, of higher essence, before meeting and connecting and unionizing with the other half, the twin flame half, signified by the royal star of David. This indeed is the emblem here of the twin flame fragments. As you see the upward point and the downward points, and they unionize with the side points coming out, which are the children of their union. So here you have in definition the male and the female, also the pyramidal structure of both, wherein the twin flame essence of light of the higher self exists. The star is a star of procreation as well, and these are where your sides come out on the stars. Do you understand? Director: Yes, thank you. If each individual consists of a male and female aspect or portion, then why would people need to find their other half or twin flame? Mancharians, this question is complementary to the previous. Excellent commendation in its choice, however. Simply to say here, that taking the male essence without intertwining in within itself the female or lower attributes, not that we're saying that the female side is lower, we're just saying that it is not predominant over the male. In the male physical characteristic at this time the male must make a peace with the female portion. For if he is not fed the female and the fragments of ideas, and nature of the female essence of himself, indeed, how could he connect and ever hope to understand the other side of himself, that female side, when he does come together and join in unity with his complete and total other half, in order to provide a union of Trinity? And so it is, indeed, the same with the female who presides or has domination over the male attributes or fragments within her personality. She is simply endowed with these genetic structures. These are encoded within the helixes and DNA structure, in order to prepare herself better for that union of the ages. Proceed. Director: Thank you. Some of the most noble incarnates, who came as messengers from the Brotherhood, have received the most diabolical treatment imaginable. For instance, crucifixions, burnings, torturings and so on. Seeing that their apparent victimhood is to be now viewed as voluntarism, can we not say on the other hand, that their volunteering for such treatment was not more than a bad mistake or error in judgment at the time of their martyrdom? Mancharians, here we would elaborate shortly upon this rather critiqued epic of brethrenhood survival. Here we would simply explain it in this format: they have come indeed from the higher realms, not to victimize themselves or volunteer themselves for anything, but bringing the truth and light unto you and your people. In past generations we have seen the defunct processes of man's mind, which made him to rule supreme over another. Statutory clause or not, here it is expressed that not one which has come down, has shaven the head of himself or herself as to be subservient to another or to a rule or to a religion. This was never to be the case. Remember, when one is in Rome, one is often subjected to Roman law. And indeed has not one sacrificed him or herself of a willing nature. This is indeed contrary to all universal law, for that would be akin to self-sacrifice or suicide. Suicide is akin to murder of oneself. And indeed, as we know from all truth throughout the ages and indeed even throughout religious denominations, that this is breaking every law of the Creator. Is it not? Director, thank you for giving us this understanding. The next question is very short. Is there an easy way to go into a state of deep meditation? Mancharians, interestingly enough, those who sojourn in are the older, as you would put it, though in our eyes still infant, the older majority of evolved souls within your planetary structure, do have the means within themselves to understand, indeed, the precepts placed within their own heart's desire. And here we would simply suggest that those, who are looking for deep meditation, are looking indeed for a deeper truth and should accordingly walk that route or that road that is long and narrow. For it is indeed a steep climb to the top, even the top of the ridge, where they dwell at the immediate bottom in an effort to retain the truth essence and to indeed find themselves within categorized conquest of their natures to perform the truth, to live the truth and be an essence of all truth, as they understand it at that point. They need simply, and here we give the word, silence. For all silence equips oneself to attend to the fractured needs of that certain individual, for the processing of the inner light, the radiant white light within the etheric bodies, of which we have so spoken, and to churn it up, so to speak, to listen to that inner voice, that intuition, to pull and push at the intuition so that it would expand. Indeed, as we have said, intuition is the highest state of consciousness in the lower evolution of an individual before connection arises with the higher self. Proceed. Director, thank you. Of course, wisdom no doubt is the greatest form of man's manifestation of self-discipline and intellect. How in application is wisdom different from intuition? Mancharians, wisdom is the full essence of exactly what here do you do with intuition? And here what do you do with the truths of your higher self, if there be a connection brought down from the higher resources, of which you can tap into perfunctorily at any time? Wisdom endows herself and dresses herself within many colors and many garments. Wisdom has many levels. As wisdom grows, so in fact does the individual grow. Wisdom is simply the output, the consequence of decision of truth. Once truth is found, and then here again, what do you do with truth? Do you cover it up in a blanket and hide it away? Or do you let it radiate and use it to be standard of your own growth, endowing others with less than superstitious regime? Proceed please. Director, some individuals, or perhaps the group perception of an entire ethnic race, they see themselves as elevated, more intelligent, or of greater worth than their brethren, who, may we say, are of different skin color or of lesser status achievement, or of less noble birth. What are your comments on this? Mancharians, these here are very fragmented qualities of certain individuals. Certain essences of those individuals seem to not have yet learned those specific lessons. For once they all have these lessons to learn, otherwise how could they possibly understand another? There are those who have not yet performed in the different colors or hues of the rainbows above and upon the earth as being as yellow, or red, or brown, or what have you. Do you understand? In many events then you will find individuals whereat within their state of journeyings are very young souls, and they have not yet incarnated within those circumferences or boundaries of diversified nationalities and their traits, and experiencing their characteristics, and one to another, and how does another view them and so on. And then there are others, who do know so well, but here again, these are of an essence other than the norm, shall we speak. Those conquerors or practitioners, and here we refer to practitioners as individuals, who have already practiced those lessons, but to date have not learned them. Proceed. Director, historically speaking, is there such a thing as the fall of man or mankind? The concept of fallen man is widely held in Christian denominations. Mancharians, indeed. This is one of the most truthful concepts to date, though a little out of the ordinary in general perception. Man indeed is categorized by falling and being severed from his higher self. Not only that, he has been severed, the female from the male and the male from the female. That is quite a drop from where he once was at, would you not say? Proceed. Director, all religious movements speak a lot about eternal life. What is the proper understanding of this expression? Mancharians, eternal life is the oneness, the wholeness of the creation, the never-ending journey, as we have explained in prior session, if you remember. We told you about the big molecule with the atoms fragmenting, and how they became journeys unto themselves back into the Creator or the creation, which is one, a whole of itself, of ourselves, for we, the Mancharians, we are the Creator. You are the people, you are the creators. So here again, how can you have an end to eternity, whether it be finity or infinity? How can finity exist, except in realms of the wheel, the realms of the incarnational process, where the higher self, or the higher evolved mind has not been induced with connection to its lower or physical self? This is the only difference here. Proceed. Director, if you were to describe the beginning or the root of man, how it occurred, what would you say? Mancharians, the atom left the molecule. Proceed. Director, we understand the seriousness of the time this planet and its occupants find themselves in. Can you describe to us what will become of the billions of souls, who will shortly be swept into the spirit world as this planet cleanses itself? Mancharians, this again is a matter of obedience. There is still time, though not applicable to most, for they have not yet learned the essence of their journey upon this plane. For those, who are not netted out and have not earned the cause of their retrieval from the earth before the brink of disaster or destruction upon itself, will simply find themselves with a journey cut rather short. And again, they will subject themselves into other incarnations, perhaps at a lesser state of evolvement, to better enable them not to miss their boat next time. We do hereby welcome each one with much love and compassion and consideration, for indeed we do not perform trauma upon any of these souls, but what they perform indeed they have created upon themselves. Proceed. Director, thank you. Will there ever be a need for anyone to be reincarnated into this type of lowly incarnation, who has successfully dealt with all his negative karma and has begun to live a life worthy of fifth-dimensional standard? Mancharians, we would say to you here, once you have brought the fish out of the water and given it breathing capabilities and furnished it with wings so it could fly, do you think indeed it would return into the deep, or be able to be subjected to the breathing underwater? Director, no. Can you explain to us what the Ascended Masters are, and how they have achieved the status of their evolvement? Mancharians, ascension here is simply a process of having conducted oneself into the higher minds. Ascended Masters are the norm, usually residing from the 6th plane or frequency up into the 15th. Proceed. Director, thank you. The Bible speaks of many prophets as of having had visions. Can you explain to us what visions are? Mancharians, indeed. Crucial at this time, as is with previous generations, that the manufacturing of visions, as you put it and understand it for the concepts which rule your people's understanding, must be arbitrarily displayed. However, here visions are simply those aspects or perceptions of that which is yet to occur. They come by means of gracious giving down from those, who have established a link with those particular entities. Here we say entities, for there are mainstream developmental requirements, which does surface itself beyond the normal range of understanding and thinking at this time. Not to endow any single individual with any higher recommendations than another, or to provide swell-headedness. We simply here state facts for the benefit of understanding or the helpmeet of explaining ourselves. Visions are costly. They are indeed not without a price. For those, who receive visions, have much responsibility. And here we act upon their sole response to the visions given them and their ability to display them before the minds of the people. Proceed. Director, is there any need for us to interpret our own dreams or to pay attention to their contents? Mancharians, indeed. A satisfactory question here. We have not alluded to this portion of man's fragmented manufacturing before. Now we will say that dreams themselves are but fragments of those personalities, which are structures, and here we do have troubles with your words finding the precise ones, structures within DNA components. In other words, we may rephrase our answer to you and your people here by stating to you, that dreams are fragments of yourselves, of your past experiences, and future and even present experiences, to enable and show you the intricate causes of design of your personality, if you perhaps have fears or concerns in some areas, or extreme joys in others. This is funneling down of a very abstract perception in fact of your records, which you yourself write second by second. Those dream takers, who seem to have their own perspectives on exactly how to decipher dreams, deciphering dreams vary from the abstract, from person to person. They cannot all be collaborated into one. For instance, river meaning life, and tree meaning upward growth, for every individual has had different perspectives here, perhaps on the same experiences. For what experience may be the same in texture for two individuals? There will ultimately be two different perspectives on it, you see. Dreams indeed should be paid close attention to. But don't strain your minds, for they ultimately go back into your subconscious until indeed you learn to deal with the pulling out of the subconscious into the conscious, and this in fact, here again we state, forces an individual by his consensus and his own will and fight for the truth on his own behalf to connect with his higher resource. Proceed. Director, thank you. Euthanasia is very controversial. Some nations have legalized the practice of ending the life of terminally ill people and allow to put an end to their misery. Some think this practice to be unethical and too close to murder. How ought we to view this issue? Mancharians, euthanasia, again, we do recommend this time to proceed with a cap down, as you may call it, of the entire session. Next time. We do not want to terminate or eliminate our resource here for the requirement of performing in linguistic terminology. Good night. Session 9. Thursday, May 25, 1995. 10:15 a.m. Mancharians, greetings. Director, greetings. Are you coming in Christ consciousness and in the spirit of oneness with the universal mind of the creation? Mancharians, indeed. As we have said before, we are of the universal oneness of the Creator. We bid you grand and glorious tidings on this new day in your era. We are the Mancharians and we come to perform a duty unto you and your people. Director, thank you. We are delighted to have you with us again. This is going to be the last session for the book, yet I hope not the last session in totality. Mancharians, that again, will entirely depend upon you and your requests to us. We are at liberty at all times of your day and night to caution you and to prove within your own limitations the guidance, which may accelerate each one of you on your upward journeys. Director, thank you for this offer of wishing to be of service to us in the future. Mancharians, we have come indeed to perform and to liberate you and your people from your rather negative downpullings of consciousnesses within yourselves, and to rather aberrate upon the positive. Director, yes, we feel that is being accomplished. May we include in the foreword of the book an invitation to the general public to send us their specific questions for presentation to you, whereupon then we will present your responses back to the people in the form of a follow-up volume. Mancharians, everything here is within the means of your discretion. Purpose is always endowed with the forthcoming of truth. Rather here as a truth serum for those, who don't mind reaping at times, we may say, the pain of the needle. Director, yes, it is only for the healing that people have to endure the pain of the needle. Mancharians, truth sometimes, we would point out also, does hurt, especially if you find yourself standing alone on quicksand in effect. And here we simply allude to the fact, quicksand portraying those ones, who would love to pull you down and who would not like to come too close to those seekers of truth for fear they may be infected and require a doctor of their own, at which time they would find themselves needing to take the necessary steps for full recovery of consciousness. Proceed at your leisure. Director, thank you. In our next question we refer you back to the one we could not finish during the course of our last session. Putting the spotlight on euthanasia, where does proper conduct lie? A conduct that does not compound the problem of negative karma? Mancharians, here again, we would surely state as we have many times in the past, all life is never extinguished, for all life resides within the essence of the Creator. Your question here, is to liberate those souls, we believe, who feel or whom others feel are past their time in this incarnation. Is that correct? Director, yes, we deal with ethics of euthanasia. Some people believe that the taking of life in general, regardless for whatever reason, is an unethical, dangerous action to perform. Mancharians, can thy fear be extinguished? And here we feel this is the broadside of the question. In effect, the answer being in the negative, for life can never be extinguished. So here again, we are having to categorize a state of your timeline, whereas the shortness or length of an incarnation, here we are dealing within the perimeters, are we not? Within the perimeters then, of each lifespan, of each individual, as you would put it, is a consensus on its own. Arbitrarily speaking, no life form may destroy its body or that of another, is that not what you've been taught? Director: yes. Mancharians, but in essence here, going back here to our previous lesson, have we not learned that each of you, indeed, are the creators of your bodies? In effect then, unlike the birthing process, where the spirit entity is not allowed to enter within because of extraction of that body from the womb before its due time, this would you term as seeking one's life for whichever purpose, is to the negative essence, which is contrary to creation and its laws of endurance and laws of procreation. But here again, we are faced with statistics, which must be followed within your perimeters. And as we have said, each one is the creator of their own physical bodies, or personifications, or projections of themselves, are they not? If a time would become too difficult, here again it reigns upon the consciousness of that certain individual for whichever purpose, whether be terminally ill, or whether it be putting out of the way. Now here, we have a big difference. For instance, those who should feel to put the elderly out of their care, or out of their responsibility, or out of their disposition, this is error in fact, for the purpose that these responsible have made an error in judgment by submitting those entities, who are of a, what you would term, elderly status. For it is not then those particular entities' choice or decision of responsibility, and therefore is not being formatted within their consciousness, so to speak. Do you understand our message here? Director: yes. Mancharians, for those indeed however, who have what you would call a terminal illness, for those it is within their decision. And here again, does the mind work within all consensus of structure within their consciousness, or are there aberrations performed? And this entirely must be the decision of that entity. All responsibilities fall on that entity's shoulders. Responsibility toward himself, and exactly what he would do with the testing he faces at that time. Proceed. Liberally. Director: all right. One of the greatest tragedies, which can befall incarnates, is that of mental retardation or insanity. Is there a connecting link between past life karma and insanity? Mancharians: indeed. And here we would say to you, the link that follows as being one of the worst possible scenarios to befall, as you would call it. But here again, by choice an entity is to neglect on the truth factor for the progression of his evolutionary growth, for the progressing of his journeyings into higher planes of consciousness. What you would term here as retardation, not all facilities of the cranium working in full conjunction with the other fragmented pieces still held within that physical body, is often and most definitely attributed to the facts, that at times they drove not only others into the same manner of mind, but resulted in themselves not being able to handle what they had done indeed to others in previous, and here we do say previous or past incarnations, future is not brought into here, because future incarnations are on higher level of frequency, of which these things are well obliterated at that time. Proceed. Director: thank you. Evidence of demon possession sometimes rears its ugly face in a rather frightful way. Can you explain what it is and how it can be cured? Mancharians: demon possession. A cure for? This is a definitely different concept, is it not? Here you have and are radiating an essence of the negative and taking over the positive. And here we have a great imbalance. The issue here is to get back into balance. Whether it be a negativity created of your own thought forms, or whether it be negativity of another, which wants to control. Balance, of course, is the yin-yang, the perfect structure. And as we have said before, you cannot have the negative at a 60% and a positive at a 40%, or vice versa here. All must be attained as a balance, for even having the positive as a 60 and the negative as a 40, you have imbalance. And with imbalance reigns chaotic injunction. We have chosen that word for lack of a better one at this time. And how again, can you prefer or understand, that the negative and the positive should be a 50/50ths? Indeed, would it not be better by far for the individual to perform a 60 positive and a 40 negative? Not so. For in effect anything out of balance seems to tip. And anything that tips eventually finds itself drowning. Preferably speaking here as an example, if you happen to be a boat. You must understand, if you drown the negative or chaotic side of your essence, then what is there left to show and perform and push you upward on your journeyings to the higher essence of life? Do you understand here in your concepts of limited understanding? Director: Yes, but you alluded to the fact that you questioned the possibility for a cure, and yet the record of the Bible 2000 years ago, when the Master cured the Gadarene, who had approximate 2,000 demonic spirits cast out of him into a herd of pigs. It was portrayed then that he had received complete healing. What are your comments on this incident? Mancharians, was this indeed a positive and complete cure? But then again, what did happen to the pigs, as you put it? Did this not create an imbalance within their structures? To take the negative and hand it over to another, whether they be in human form or animalistic form, is not always the final solution. For does not then karma reign upon that which gives all the negative? Does it not indeed at times come back, so that, if you put your foot in the mire again, will it not resurface to hit you, even multiple times in a much uncomely, shall we say, manner? This is a quick release. This in effect was shown by the great master, to test the spirits, to show the entity, what exactly could be performed. But your Bible does not record, indeed, the full ending of such stories, of which there are multiple choices, simply because, this would perform truth unto the population. Director: So then, insanity must play itself out in the course of whatever incarnation the affected person finds itself in. Is that correct? Mancharians: Not necessarily. We are not saying, it should or shouldn't, at this point, for each case and each individual is diversified in the cause and the effects. There are some more severe than others, as you would put it. All we are saying here is for the cause of alluding perhaps to one individual, such as is written in your Bible as an example, this did not happen just as an ordinary everyday experience, but the crowd around was simply shown, what possibilities could occur, should they perform their minds and their consciousnesses to a level of understanding. These pigs, as you would call it, were rather created thought projections by the Master himself, for he well understood any which have infused themselves within the physical animalistic body you cannot transfer, as you put it, the negative aspects or the demons into them, for you can reap yourself great karma. So here in effect these were thought projections brought into form for an example. The example here was to show the people, that behind the veil in the higher vibrational levels or dimensions, that the negative aspect could indeed be projected out once the consciousness was cultivated. This indeed would be a oneness of the mind, that even a group of people or a crowd, as you call them, could try, once they had achieved directional hookup with their higher selves, to funneling that sorry entity's mangled mind waves or short-circuited vibrations into a different molecular structure, in order to help that individual sort out the positive from the negative. And this is the great wonder of group consciousness, and as we have said before, and after, indeed, our explanation you should have a better understanding now for you and your people, of how group understanding and the conscious endeavor of such is very rarely truly understood. Proceed. Director: Have I perceived correctly, that the presentation of truth is practically the most profound, if not the only real expression of love? Mancharians, as we would say here, congratulations. You have cupped it in a nutshell. We, indeed, could not take the liberty of expressing the benefactors of the truth knowledge coupled with the wisdom and the understanding in order to operate, as being of a less or subservient stature of consciousness. But indeed, it is of the upper echelon, as you would speak it, and the highest attainment and the highest joy and wonder of each human being on your plane, as well as those liberties. And here we refer to other beings in the galaxies and in the universes as liberators. For, indeed, they not only liberate themselves, but in the pulling up of consciousnesses, and allowing the pulling down of their light or consciousnesses. For consciousnesses and light and life, are they not all one? Director: yes. Mancharians, that is our point precisely here. Proceed. Director: when the Master in the Bible describes himself as the living Word, what are we to understand by this expression? Mancharians: each word here, and we could take yourself as an example, if you wish, seeing that you are sitting here. The living Word, each word that you speak, each word that you think, each action you perform is in fact form and in essence a word, is it not? Director: yes. Mancharians: very well then, these words, whether they be in pictorial form or in hieroglyphics, are encoded in your DNA, encoded within the helix structure, encoded within your subconscious desires and formulations. They are all written in records. The records of life are indeed the Word. You, each, as individuals are the Word, for you perform your own essence, your own life. And the Word brings life, and the Word brings eternal life, for the Word is truth, and no matter what word is spoken, it is a make-up of your entire negative and positive side. So anything that is spoken is indeed truth. And here problems do occur quite frequently on exactly what is truth. For what is spoken in quiet and silence of the soul's very essence of being, the heart, the inner white light, that radiates the life essence, is in fact all truth. Be careful here on perspectives of truth, for individuals at their different stages of development or evolutionary growth will indeed perceive one as being different from the other, when in effect, what they have done is simply understood a fragment of the whole truth. And another, perhaps lower in his growth or not as experienced, not as many journeyings, will perceive a smaller fragment, for he is yet unable to take in the whole. Even those, which have attained seventh dimensional consciousness, so to speak for your own understanding only, they have attained a greater understanding. So they have bitten off a bigger part, so to speak, or taken a larger fragment. But here again, they still do not have the whole truth. Before until such time as you have procreated yourself back to the Creator, and become the Creator and the universe and the universes as a highest attainment, you will not fully recognize the whole essence of what truth really consists of. Proceed. Director: thank you, I can understand that. Now, we may have touched this next question somewhere else before and phrased it a little differently. My question is here, as bad things happen in the lives of good and oftentimes righteous people, is that an indication of negative karmic debts? Mancharians: indubitably, we could speak. But here again, there are always those perimeters, those extraordinary circumstances. So we will in effect do a breakdown for you, at the level of consensus or consciousnesses on the third dimensional realm here, of which you reside in the present state or form of physical body. We would simply state here in the easiest fashion, that karma you bring indeed with you within your encoded DNA structure. And, as we have explained before, in the subconscious, in the helixes and how they are written in your records, for you have indubitably put pen to ink yourselves onto parchment. But there are those, you see, as we have also mentioned before, who are at their time of testing, their time of evolutionary progression. In other words, they are ready to perform unto themselves, graduation. And these indeed are the ones who will test themselves, who will come face to face with the gods or the goddesses. And here by the gods or the goddesses we don't mean to be perfunctory, we simply mean those individuals, who perhaps have, and have indeed hooked up with their higher consciousnesses and perhaps at this time have not been united with the other half of themselves, or what you would call, their twin flame, the flame hereby representing the higher self, the flame within the triangle or the pyramid. And this is what flame represents. And when you have the two twins, the male and the female, joining together, so does the flame burn brighter. And here, the people of your planet, when they say I have a burning flame for you, know not what they speak. But here again, in order to fully answer your question, it is to those who find themselves at the process or the doorway of graduation, ready to pick up their diploma, so to speak, will prove and provide themselves with the greatest testing. For testing always comes after many lessons, does it not? Even in your schoolrooms, you study and study all of your years, and at the end of these succession of years, do you not acquire within the realms of testing yourself? And here, they perceive it as a teacher testing them. Indeed, that is an error in concept, for it is themselves testing themselves as to what they have learned, and what they have retained. And that which is retained you could make as an equivalent to the attaining or retaining of certain lessons, which have been learned in past, and therefore encoded within your DNA as having been not a fictitious portion, which has been played out and must be repeated, but rather as the portion which you have so gladly accomplished within yourself, and hereby achieving the duty and the status and the responsibility and the liberty, that goes along with that responsibility of ethical maneuvering of your soul essence into the higher frequencies. And here again do you ones of this stature, of this quality of testing of yourselves, prepare for entry into fifth dimensional lifestyle, to put it in words and concepts of your limited understanding. And here we mean no disrespect, we just do our duty. Proceed. Director, thank you. Wonderful. In your answer to one of the questions you referred to God in masculine terminology. Did you do so accidentally, or was it indeed your intent to speak of God in the male aspect? Mancharians, when we perform our duty or our words or our life essence unto you and your people, we do try to appear within the contractual concept structure of which you fix yourselves within such tight and enclosed perimeters. Here again, we do refer to the creation or the Creator, which is one in wholeness in body, in stature, in essence as itself, for it is neither male nor female, but yet consists of both. But for your understanding of limited consciousness at this time, in an effort to come more to your level of thinking, it has been often said upon your plane, has it not, that God is referred to as He, as a father figure. We do wish to elaborate on this further down the road. But for now statistics reveal to us that we must come from time to time here to the limited essence of understanding, to the control boards of your planetary reform stations, so to speak, which are your craniums of understanding, in order to reach those without a boat at this time. Boat here again referring to the higher self of those, which have not found their boat to row across the river, which signifies between the third and the fourth dimension, and thereby not connecting with their higher selves. We would strongly suggest here then, that everybody get together and find your boats. Sailing indeed can be quite an adventure, and once you cross over onto new lands or territories, it can or provide here a vast majority of different concepts and understandings, and perform unto yourselves the process of liberating yourselves unto further and greater heights here. So, yes, in order to not sever the strings for the newly experienced ones, or rather ones on even their first or second go-arounds of this incarnational imbalance down here, they would indeed not be neglected as far as the understanding of the God of which they understand, and of the Creator of which we speak. Are we indeed clear on this point to your satisfaction for the progress of you and your people? Director, yes, thank you. This will be the last question for the book. Am I correct in my perception, that you have come to set the human spirit free from its bondage to false concepts and false feelings of guilt by injecting understanding, knowledge, and light into all areas of human interactions and activities? Mancharians, here again, as the recap of our stories unto your people, as well as you yourself, we can perform unto the people the truth essence, the showing of a little more of the concept, of which they have barely gripped unto, to give them a larger fragment and allow themselves the opportunity to proceed with that fragment into even a larger fragment somewhere down the road. And the quickness of this entirely depends on each individual. But we would here state to you, that only the individual, him or herself, is capable of liberating themselves. We simply provide the truth for their disclosure. We are the Mancharians. We are not messengers of the stars. We came with a duty to perform, and indeed, we feel our duty is negated here within the influxes of man's multi-mind, or multi-consciousnesses. We hope here to have attained an element of procreation of truth for you and your people. For truth procreates as well as humans. Truth is the life essence, and as one grabs onto an atom of truth, so to speak, does it not procreate? Does that individual not want to grab onto another, for the first had a liberating effect on him or herself? Here we will be careful to define in the future the masculine and the feminine, as you are in two parts right now. We have indeed performed our duty. Feel free, we say to you and your people, to call upon our assistance, for we are not messengers but duty performers. Those, who have a duty to perform, will be asked to be called upon at the time of the discretion of the people, for we operate in many facilities at once, unlike what you are capable of doing at this time. But one day indeed, you will join us in all conscious endeavors. And that day we wait for with glorious expectation, for we indeed are the love essence unto you and your people. We are the personification of truth almost at its completion, for we too have another 3 steps to attain in becoming the universes. We are the Mancharians. We are the creators. We will be as one in wholeness in its entirety with the Creator itself. Do yourselves a favor here and stretch your minds. We must tell you, that your people must liberate themselves, for no work and no truth is for free without the effort put behind it. For what you put into it you certainly will reap its rewards. If you, for instance, put nothing into the kitty, then you will on rent day, perhaps, take nothing out of the kitty. Do you understand? Director: Yes. Mancharians, now as our closing remarks, as you would have it, we have come. We have performed our duty, and we send our radiating light and our radiating essence out from the creation, of which we are. And love, you say. But all say, we send you love. We don't say anything of the sort, for if you have not learned by now, that the personification of our coming to you and your people to perform our duty is not in totality love itself, then we think, and here we choose our words carefully, you have perhaps not attained by that outward or inward thinking within your essence, and have not contrived, in any way, shape, or form, to understand the essence of love itself. For love here is the creation. Good night. Director: The book back cover text says, the Mancharians are highly evolved intergalactic beings from the 16th dimension. Their power lies in the oneness which they formed eons ago. Now they are here to raise man's understanding of truth and help him to become a worthy equal to all other celestial societies, whose achievement of status, power, and honor are already a thing of their past, one which was not gained at the expense of another. This is our opportunity to learn from them the secret of progression. Are we ready for our own future in bliss? These recorded sessions will give guidance in making correct decisions, but only after having acquired understanding. Director: You have come to the end of the audio book The Mancharians' Newest Civilization. Should you wish to meet with Mr. Rennie Sentana-Ries on Facebook, and this also for the purpose of finding his co-workers, then you may look up facebook.com/Sentana-Ries. His website you will find at freearthsystem.net. The author's message to the people is also located at starshipfederation.atspace.co.uk.